Green.
Once.
We'll take you.
Seats, please. Seats, please. Sean, you let me know when? Good. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Invent2Prevent final presentation and competition. My name is Tony Scrow. I am the founder and CEO of Adventure Partners. On behalf of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, Center for Prevention Programs and Partnerships, or CP3 as we like to say, our colleagues at Eradicate Hate Global Summit, Credence Management Solutions, and my team at Adventure Partners, thank you for being here. The students really appreciate it. I'd also like to acknowledge what I hear is like 225 people streaming today, which is a record. That's fantastic. So thank you for being here. For those that might not be familiar with Invent2Prevent, here's just a little bit of a definition. Invent2Prevent is an experiential project that challenges and empowers high school and university students to create campaigns and initiatives to prevent targeted violence, hate, and terrorism. And here's what really makes it work, that they think are most effective in reducing violence on their campuses and schools. Not me, not anybody over 25 years old here. This is a peer-to-peer driven program. There's credibility, there's authenticity, it works. So what we're going to see today are the top 3 high school and top 3 university finalists from a pool of about 50 high schools and colleges that participated this past spring term, which started in January and wrapped up in May. So please join me in welcoming the students, teachers, advisors, perhaps some even parents, VIPs, and professors from, make sure here, at the high school, Englewood STEM High School in Chicago, Penn Manor High School, Millersville, Pennsylvania, Urban Assembly Institute in Brooklyn. For the high school teams, congratulations and welcome. And our collegiate finalists, MSU, Missouri State University from Springfield, Ohio Dominican from Columbus, and University of Maryland, a local from College Park. So I want to get right into it. We're going to start with an exciting video. I haven't even seen it yet. It's 30 seconds long. It's a quick hit teaser. Picture's worth 1,000 words. I've heard this is going to introduce you to a program very effectively.
Invent2Prevent has showed me that I want to use my voice to represent those that don't necessarily see themselves having a voice.
I got involved in this group because I really wanted to do something more with my life.
So we decided to make a youth-friendly program in order to prevent cases of cyberbullying.
The result and the impact that we made to our community went beyond what we anticipated.
We have a passion for telling stories that have impacts on the world, and I think that this was something that showed we have the power to do that for the rest of our lives.
I definitely recommend people to join this club.
All right. Great. And now it is my honor to introduce our special keynote speaker. I'd like to invite Dr. David Mussington, Executive Assistant Director for Infrastructure Security at the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA as we know it. Dr. Mussington, welcome. I'll move this over. You sure?
First of all, I'm not mic'd up, so I'm not sure everyone can hear me. Lucky enough to work at a really great agency. It's the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA. The long title goes with that. One of our most important programs is the School Safety Task Force, and that is focused, laser focused on targeted violence and violent threats that affect K through 12 schools and higher education. I've been in this job about 3.5 years, day one appointee of President Biden. One of our priorities is making sure that we allow people to speak for themselves and to build capability to help themselves. We want to be helpful, but we're only going to be catalysts for the activities of those whose lived experience exposes them to risks and allows them to provide us with expertise that we can then generalize to others. And I think that's what this program helps exemplify. I won't drone on with what CISA is. We're mostly a cyber agency. At least that's what we're famous for. What we're also famous for, however, is going where the puck is, to use a hockey analogy. We have a violence problem in our country, and violence impacting schools affects learning experiences and the formative experiences of our most important citizens. So that's why CISA is focused on schools, K through 12 and higher education as critical infrastructure. It's not adjacent to critical infrastructure, it's the beating heart of critical infrastructure. That's why I'm so happy to be kicking this event off. And I have to say, even though the first part of this event is high schools, I'm a former professor from the University of Maryland, College Park, so I have to have a bias to one of the finalists, so go Terps. Just a word on students' role in school safety. What we require is the most innovative, thoughtful, and context-dependent techniques for suppressing violence risk. Who better to understand and to suggest those techniques and risk concerns than the students who occupy the very institutions that we're trying to protect? And that's what this context helps exemplify. So student innovation, student response to ascendant risks, not risks that we tell you about in newspapers or in overly long government reports that no doubt mostly go unread. What we're after is innovative recognition of what risks are and innovative responses to those risks that scale to other schools, other communities, and hopefully making us all safer. I should also say as an aside, and I'll say this at the end, that one of the things we also want to do is we want to make it clear that should you do research in this area, this is something that you can choose to do as a profession for some portion of your lives. We're not naive to think that people are going to commit to a decade or more in this field. I did, but I'm old. There's no reason why you guys should emulate that. But the fact is that these programs and initiatives that you launch here have real potential for addressing targeted violence risks across the educational landscape in the United States and elsewhere. I'm just back from Germany. Prior to that, I was back from Australia and New Zealand, all of which have growing school violence challenges, all of which seek to learn from the experiences we have here in the United States. Now at CISA, we're more operational, I suppose. CP3 is sort of the thought leaders at the departmental level. What we're looking for is partnership engagement with our partners to sort of have a two-way flow of insight. So the insights you generate here really can have international impact, especially when you win. Terps, go ahead. So our school safety mission is based in our school safety task force that Lindsay Burton and Dawn Ho lead. I'm not sure if either are here. They're the reason I'm here, because they are the best advocates possible for the centrality of school safety to the targeted violence reduction mission that CISA, in partnership with CP3, makes a very great priority. We want to make sure that we raise awareness about threats. We want to make sure that we advocate for techniques and tools that are native to the school environment, not importing risk concerns and biases from outside that environment, making sure that as we respond to threats and risks, we don't overdo it or deploy techniques that may work in a different environment, in industry, but won't work in schools. After all, what we're about is fostering a positive, healthy learning environment. We're not out to mimic law enforcement or other responses that may be inappropriate. And by the way, we aren't law enforcement. We are outreach, we are risk assessment and risk reducers. We're about translating academic and innovative technique, as is demonstrated here, into applicable risk reduction tools and techniques that can be shared and used in a positive way so that lessons learned get shared and the best techniques, as best exemplified by the winners here, get the most infusion into the ecosystem that is education. Last thing I'll say here is that we run something called the Federal School Safety Clearinghouse, which is a clearinghouse where technique gets advocated for and propagated across the country so that the best techniques demonstrated here will become known to 50 states and 6 territories. And as I've said, internationally as well. So the excellence that is represented here is noticed. It's noticed especially by folks like me who want to hire bright young students because we never have enough brains. So those of you who are working on these innovative techniques should think about what you might want to do a year or two from now, even if it's just a short time, at CISA, at DHS, in NGOs, or in academia. This is an important area of public policy. That's my background. I was a public policy professor. But also, if one is concerned with targeted violence as a citizen, the best minds are the minds that are the newest, that are most recently exposed to threats and risks, and that's you guys. So my recommendation, my urgency is don't forget about it after you win or after you almost win, and think about how your initiatives and your insights can be applied elsewhere, because they really are new and innovative, and there's no reason to think that people like me, the old, are going to be any better at addressing these challenges than you are. So congrats on getting here, and thanks for all the contributions you're about to make.
Thank you, Dr. Mussington. Thank you. quickly, two things that Dr. Musseltine said I want to pick up on. CP3 takes on Invent2Prevent by adopting a public health informed approach to prevention by doing two things. And Dr. Musseltine mentioned that: reduce risk factors in youth and bolster the protective factors. Every team that you will see today is going to bring that to life, which is fantastic. That's the experiential education model. The other is this program has scholarship money to do exactly what Dr. Musseltine recommended. We need the next generation of prevention practitioner, psychologists, and mental health professionals. This program is doing that. So let me briefly tell you about what to expect today. High school teams have 12 minutes to present, followed by 10 minutes with our esteemed judges. University teams have 15 minutes to present with the same allotted time with the judges, 10 minutes. After both the high school and the university teams in the afternoon, high school in the morning, afternoon university, have presented, answered questions, the judges will sequester for 15 minutes. We have a presentation on the honorary mention teams, as well as the scholarship winners. We will come back. Director Braniff will be making the awards at both sessions. During lunch, which will be catered outside, bring your food in here, because we have a special event planned at the noon hour. And it's a former team from Invent2Prevent at George Washington who has been traveling the country implementing a debate series. And we have the top 2 high school students of that debate series who will be debating debate to deflate hate, which is pretty cool. At 1 o'clock, my colleague Brett Steele, president of Eradicate Global Summit, will be moderating the collegiate event. Afterwards, we have a meet and greet with the students at 3 o'clock. Those of you that would like to attend, please do. So with that said, I am about to have the first team come to the stage, but I want to let you know our esteemed panel of judges who have taken on the unenviable task of deciding who is going to be placing. And just to let you know, when Director Braniff does announce the winners, we do it in reverse order to create suspense. Third, second, and first. So if the judges could please just stand up, say hello to the gang so they know who you are. Abdullah Rahman, Partnership and Communications Lead for the Center of Faith-Based and Neighborhoods Partnership, U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Susan Zamania, Associate Director for Research and Content Development, Center for Prevention Programs and Partnerships, CP3, Homeland Security. Nicole Barnes, Senior Director, Psychology in Schools and Education, American Psychology Association, that's APA. Quick note, CP3 and Invent2Prevent had created a strategic alliance with APA for the sole purpose of getting more young people to consider careers in mental health, prevention, and counseling. So that's a great new relationship. Thank you very much, Nicole. You're not Nate. Could you please just...
Lori Sims, Associate Director at the Center for Prevention Programs and Partnerships, Strategic Communication.
Great. Thank you for pinch hitting, Lori. And lastly, we always like to have a student from a previous Invent2Prevent campaign as one of our judges, and we have an exceptional one that came from the Duke University team, and that is Jill Jacobs, former Invent2Prevent student, and her campaign was Lumi Media Consulting Project, which happened about 1.5 years ago and is still going. That's how good it is. So it is a sustained program. Great, so now it is showtime. I would like to call Englewood STEM High School from Chicago to the stage, please. It's right here.
So do we walk in, say I'm right on okay. Stairs.
Hey, it's my head job back.
No, wait till we say ours, please.
Unleash the beast.
Mind over matter. 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 Mind over matter.
Hello, my name is Almonte Morris, here representing Invent2Prevent from Englewood STEM, Chicago. We hope you enjoy this beautiful presentation.
When Invent2Prevent, Englewood STEM decided on an anti-violence initiative that would have a positive impact on our community, we thought, what better place to start than our school?
At Englewood STEM, we work hard and receive proper education. However,
conflict is driven by the lack of understanding, poor communication, and poor judgment used by others. Unfortunately, conflict has grown from a verbal disagreement to a physical altercation.
It is difficult to stay focused and engaged on learning in our school and communities. Englewood STEM aims to support its participants by providing tools like Mind Over Matter to help reshape our community together. Mind Over Matter is an anti-violence initiative designed to reduce girl-on-girl bullying and bridge the gap between young women by identifying and celebrating both similarities and differences. Mind Over Matter will support young women on recognizing past trauma and develop the ability to recognize how the effects of undiagnosed traumatic experiences can subconsciously influence the way young women handle anxiety and insecurities. Identified victims and perpetrators will be referred to this program by school faculty, staff, and peers to receive zero-cost group therapy that will assist perpetrators to offset negative energy and provide victims with an opportunity to gain a sense of empathy and hopefully be put on the path to forgiveness. Students aged 12 through 18 have reported being bullied during the school year. Nearly 160,000 students in the U.S. skip school to avoid being bullied. Students who have reported being bullied score lower in reading, mathematics, and science than their peers who have reported that they have never or rarely been bullied.
Girl-on-girl bullying has been an ongoing thing at Englewood STEM High School for several years. We combat this by using cognitive behavioral therapy, restorative justice, and increasing school connectedness.
The typical girl who bullies is popular, well-liked by adults, does well in school, and can even be friends with the girls she bullies. She doesn't get into fistfights, although some bullies do. Instead, she gossips, spreads rumors, excludes others, and teases girls about their hair, weight, intelligence, and athletic ability. She usually bullies in groups, and others join in to pressure her to bully. Girls at Englewood STEM follow this persona to stay up on current trends, which often leads to conflict like bullying because some girls struggle to keep up with trends or they just can't afford to keep up with trends. In the video on the next slide, it will demonstrate just that. Go back. Go back. Okay.
So you see, girls who have been bullied may have suffered from PTSD, depression, anxiety, and even suicidal thoughts. The main reason why girls get bullied more than boys is because girls use social media more, and the majority of fights and bullying involve girls. As you can see here, nearly 40% of girls in CPS schools experience PTSD and violence-related stress, which is nearly double the rate of Iraq and Afghanistan war veterans.
Every day, about 360 teens, you didn't hear me right, 360 teens are treated in an emergency room for assault injuries. Nearly 44% of teens experience at least one type of violence. Violence can also affect teens' physical health, the chance to increase cancer, heart disease later on in adulthood.
A baseline survey revealed alarming rates of trauma exposure amongst young women, with nearly 1/3 having witnessing violent assaults or killings and 1/2 experiencing sudden or violent deaths of close individuals. In recent years, efforts to reduce violence in Chicago has largely been focused on reducing the murder rate, home invasions, armed robberies, vehicle hijackings. The unintended favoritism convinces girls to replicate the deviant behavior that gets their attention. As teens experience violence, their health risks increase. In the chart, you see teens start to feel sad and hopeless and even start to have suicidal thoughts and behaviors. In the next chart, you see teens start to use tobacco, alcohol, and even start to have sexual activities with multiple people to cope with their traumatic experience. In the next chart, you see parents' concerns for their children. Parents are more concerned about their child getting bullied than getting kidnapped or even getting shot.
Identified subjects are teenage girls aged 14 through 17, grades 9 through 11. Some are often getting into trouble for fighting at school or events, while others are being hurt or picked on by bullies at school.
The goal of Mind Over Matter is to address girl-on-girl bullying, build self-esteem in young women, and promote self-regulation. We will achieve these three goals by using the following tactics. 1, cognitive behavioral therapy. 2, restorative justice. 3, increasing school connectedness.
The program at its core gives voice, access, and ownership to a population that feels unseen and unheard. Mind Over Matter forces participants to have a heightened awareness of how destructive behavior destroys a school community and realization that the time has come to build relationships that are rooted in peace.
Participants of the study were identified by school counselor, dean of student, and even per referrals. CBT, prospective participants were identified by school staff to having difficulty to emotionally regulate.
Mind Over Matter uses cognitive behavioral therapy to help girls communicate and regulate how they feel. We have partnered with Brightpoint, a local therapy provider located on the west side of Chicago, to host clinical sessions and offer pro bono support to Mind Over Matter participants. During the sessions, Brightpoint leads the participants in activities such as 1, SOS check-in, students evaluate their levels of stress. S, slow down. O, orient. Be mindful of your body language. S, self-check. Think of what you have to lose. Here's where students start their stress and control level check-in, which is 1 through 10. Like, for example, my stress today is a 7 because I'm a bit nervous, and my control is a 2 because we got this, right, team?
Yes. Restorative justice supports and improves self-regulation and increased accountability. Restorative justice also strengthens school climate, a core foundation of school connectedness. Here are some pictures you see, and here are some examples you see in a picture of us rolling out Mind Over Matter at Englewood STEM High School. School connectedness is associated with better academic outcomes, higher grade and testing, even higher attendance and higher likelihood to graduate high school. Connected students experience less emotional distress, even fewer thoughts during suicide in adolescence.
Initially, referrals were kept largely anonymous to other participants. This greatly reduced the possibility of participants backing out and actually giving the medicine a chance to work. School administrators and staff expressed buy-in for the project. School staff was very supportive in furnishing data to determine the need for the intervention as well as the impact.
School officials have identified 33 students who fit the profile of a female bully. 11 out of 33 students were involved into physical altercations after the Mind Over Matter session. 22 of them students have successfully avoided having any incidents of physical assault or threats of bodily harm towards another female. If we take a look at the numbers, Mind Over Matter has made a 66% reduction. Wait, let me say that again. 66% reduction, which is greater than a 64% deficit. We have reversed a downward spiraling trend.
Mind Over Matter is sustained. Mind Over Matter is sustained through 1, minimum program costs. 2, pro bono therapy sessions. 3, support. Behavioral health therapy. CPS teams will help us. We will also CPS teams CPS team will help us scan Mind Over Matter into becoming a part of CPS safety security plan. We will.
It seems to be difficult finding participants who struggle with what our project focuses on because we don't have access to confidential records like that. And next slide. So barriers that Mind Over Matter may face are: one, finding therapists to host pro bono sessions; two, finding free cost spaces to host the Mind Over Matter sessions.
As you see in the pictures, we wrote out some merch of Mind Over Matter. We also came up with a box for school security, staff, counselors, and deans to refer students to the program. Here is a poem written by our young men of Mind Over Matter. Thank you all for allowing us to present. Thank you all for allowing us to present. We hope we've blown your minds. We will now open up to some questions.
Thank you. Mind Over Matter. Judges, you have 10 minutes to ask your probing questions. I will be the clock monitor. Please start.
See, now my stress is up. Okay, so I have a question. Can you explain a little bit how you went about finding community partnerships? You spoke about being able to partner with community clinicians around providing CBT services.
I think that the way we did it was we just voiced how our program works, and we just went to people and we told them what we wanted to happen with our program. And since the sympathy out of them, they just was like, okay, well, I like what y'all doing and I feel like it's a good thing, so we will help y'all.
Excellent. And then I have one more question for you. You talked about offsetting negative energy. Can you explain a little bit how the program helps to offset some of that negative energy in the school?
I feel like that the program helps to offset negative energy because we're helping them develop positive coping skills other than what they're used to going through on a day-to-day basis. And as they go through their school day, they will remember the things we taught them, like their stress levels, and they would learn okay, I could take a breather, I could get myself together, and they can offset the negative energy that they're used to in school and just have that time to themselves.
Thank
you.
I just want to say congratulations again. You guys did a wonderful job. You should be really proud of yourselves, Englewood.
Thank you.
I'm Nicole Barnes from the American Psychological Association. So my first question is, CBT takes a pretty individual approach, right? Some argue that it ignores kind of the structural problems that might be present in a school and instead kind of says, oh, it's the individual needs to change their mind, the individual needs to change their behavior, instead of considering some of the structural or contextual variables that might be reinforcing what we're seeing. And so I was wondering, did you look at all at kind of what's going on at the school, like what's going on in your school context that might be reinforcing these behaviors that you're seeing in young women?
Yes, I'm a young man of Englewood STEM. Speaking on Englewood STEM, it's very rough. As us living in the environment that we live in, also we attack this situation because girl-on-girl bullying has been, as I said, has been an ongoing thing at Englewood STEM High School for several years. And when we looked at the numbers of the out-of-school suspension, it was very high. So as we rolled the program out, that when the numbers came back, we was truly impressed on the work we did.
Thank you so much. And then my second question is, if you were going to try to scale this outside of your own community to other communities, what would be a lesson learned from this experience that you might want to take into account as you try to move this forward?
To me, a lesson be learned to me that, because I was nervous coming on the stage, but to speak up for the people in your environment can change a lot and motivate people to want to do better.
Thank you guys, very proud of you. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Great job. And also, I want to thank you for bringing attention to this issue. I think that when people think about violence, this isn't the first thing that comes to mind, but it's definitely extremely important and impactful. So thank you all for bringing this to our attention. My question for you all is, I'm wondering if you could walk me through what the referral process looks like. If a teacher wants to refer a student, what are the steps that they take? And then on the other side, once a student has been referred, what happens? Is it voluntary for them to participate? Do they get an email? So could you just explain that to me?
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey, how y'all doing? My name is Dariana Brooks. And so what happens is, so a teacher, staff, student, whatever, like in a school building, they go to the counselor's office and they write a name down, like on a paper. We have paper in there, like next to the box. So they write the name down, fold it, and they put it in the box. So then like one of us, or maybe not even one of us, like one of like the adults over the program take the box, and or the counselors will take it. It depends on who get that first. And then they pull the names out. They look at them, and they call the student down, because our counselors like to call us down to the office a lot. They don't send the emails for real. So they call us down, well, them or people, and then they tell them oh, you have been referred because blah, 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 blah. So then the student basically has a choice whether they want to continue with us, go for it in the program, or if they don't want to do it. So it's totally up to them. And then after that, they come, we invite them to the sessions, we feed them, provide drinks and stuff. Then we just do the session, and then they can see if they like it or not. And then at the end of the session, we give them a sheet to write down their experience and will they come back or not, basically. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you. And then just as a quick follow-up, with your all's experience with implementation, once a student has been referred, how many or what percentage volunteer to continue with the program?
Well, we had an 87% that said that they would continue because it was fun. It was something that they would do again and over in the school program.
Thank you all for your presentation today. I was curious to know, first of all, how would you measure success for the program? What are some of the indicators you might use? You talked a little bit about school climate, things like that. This is one of the hardest things for us to do at the Department of Homeland Security, is to show what success is. So I'm just curious, from your school program, if you had to talk to someone who would fund this program in the future, how would you tell them this worked? We know it works.
Well, the way we would say it is we went through our deans and they told us well, this child, before she was in the program, she did this, she wasn't going to class, she was bothering people. And then after they was like, we see a real turnaround. She's more to herself. She's in class, her grades coming up, attendance percentage getting better. So I feel like that's the way we did it with each student individually. We just seen how they was before the program, then how they was after the program, to see that it was actually successful within some of the students.
We could hire you right away to help us with our metrics and values. Thank you. And one last question. The title of the program is really fun and interesting. How did you come up with it?
Well, the way I think that we came up with it is, it was the saying mind over matter. When you think of the saying, you don't really think of woman, you think of things that go on. So it was mind over mad her, because it's a girl, what she's going through, the madness that she has built up in her, the negative energy. So it's just the mind over mad her community. And then we just thought about a play of words. It just went together and it just looked good as you put it together.
First off, I want to say that it has been outstanding to see young people get up and advocate for their peers. And I think that the way in which you brought awareness to all of us and everyone who's watching on the stream, it's important for people to be able to invest in a problem that they may not have been aware of. So hats off to you for doing that.
Thank you.
It's very important, very important. One of the questions that I had was, how are you utilizing the 9th, 10th, and 11th graders who have been a part of this program in their senior year in order to build messaging within the school and maybe amplify your cause?
Honestly, I don't think we have a specific answer for that question. It is a good question. I don't think we thought of something like that. So honestly, I just don't think we have the specific answer.
Judges, we have 1 more minute for a question. Anyone, please.
Would this program work for boys?
Hopefully. Yes. Yes, I feel like, yes.
Great. With that last question, a round of applause for Englewood STEM High School.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. Nice to meet y'all.
Great job. I'll take that. Actually, give that to Liv. So as our next team is miking up, let me just take a few moments to occupy the time. The process and how this happens typically is a principal of a high school is king or queen, right? They determine what happens in their school. There isn't a principal that we have spoken to in America that does not want this program, but we need 2 things. We need a teacher who has a class where this is dropped into the class, or we have an advisor who works with a student organization or a club. So there's one component. The other is we need anywhere really from 2 to 15 students, with the sweet spot being perhaps 8 to 10. With that group of students, what we do is we turn them into a real life marketing social media agency, real deal. We give them a $1,000 budget. You have 1 or 2 people who serve as the account director. Then you have an advertising department, graphic design, video production, strategy, research, public relations. The real deal. It's that experiential component of the model that ultimately results in them putting it on a resume. So even at the high school level, this is such a genuine learning opportunity that they have something to talk about beyond a class that they took. And we have implemented that model over 3,000 times over the last 34 years. It works. It's a very effective way to have students engage in doing something real. It's trying to bring to life cognitive learning with PBL, project-based learning. When you have both sides of the brain working, it's very, very effective. So I'm sure they are almost mic'd up. So I will check before we have our next team. Let's Manor High School to the stage.
Everyone has someone who they are worried about. That person who lacks social support, or that person who does not engage with others.
That friend with depression who stops going out.
That disconnected family member. That student who feels invisible. Judges, take a moment to think about a time that you felt socially isolated. Hello, we are Friday Fun.
My name is Fatima Musa.
I'm Kaylee Brackbill. I'm Paige Hoyt. And I'm Kayla Schertzer.
And we want to intervene because there are too many instances where people who are at risk of social isolation turn to targeted violence like mass shooting.
And Friday Fun was designed by our club, Avidum, which is a nonprofit organization. Avidum is a student-led club. We focus on broadening the importance of mental illness and suicide prevention. Avidum was bought by a student in Lower Lancaster County after a student of theirs had died by suicide. Since then, we have used psychology as a way to focus and understand the mind and human behaviors.
Friday Flex is a period where students have no choice where they go. We are all randomly grouped together, typically alphabetically, and it's used as a study hall. We noticed that during this time, students disengage with one another and they immediately go on their cell phones.
Our mission is to transform this boring and useless time into a fun and engaging period. Our motto, flexing to de-stress and check in on our mental health, is a play on words to tie in our flex period to our mission to flex our mental muscles. We would like also to reduce our stress and enhance protective factors of social support.
We want to implement fun into this boring time for students. We want to reduce stress, enhance positive emotions and feelings of inclusion. We also want to allow students to create pro-social relationships with each other. We also want to take this time to educate students about mental health and reduce stigma. Social isolation is linked to extreme violence, and we believe that schools can prevent targeted violence. Our target audience is our students grades 9 to 12. We have about 1,600 students in our school. Because of this big number, it is very easy for students to become self-isolated. We also want to target adults and peers at our school and those at risk of social isolation and those who engage in pro-social ways.
Research finds that social isolation is one of the most visible and preventable risk factors before acts of extreme violence occur. The CDC says that leisure activity can assist students' sense of community, so schools are in critical position to reduce the risk of social isolation. The broaden and build theory in positive psychology says that positive emotions are linked with social connectedness, which is the single most protective factor in violence prevention. In our pre-survey research of 718 students, we found that only 22% said they reported feeling safe, secure, and involved in their Friday flexes, and only 32% said that they felt they could go to an adult regarding a personal struggle. Our goal was to improve these statistics. As part of our strategy, we wanted to change the way that students viewed Friday Flex. Before, they saw it as boring or useless, so we put out a school announcement to change their thinking.
Friday Flex is dumb? Well, it's time to make it fun.
Here is a portion of the handouts that we give to students and teachers. Judges, it's in front of you. It shows our strategy of using activities that increase social connectedness and positive emotions through fun and pro-social activities like door decorating, making friendship bracelets, card games, board games, and overall team building exercises. Another strategy that we used is a school-wide announcement leading up to Friday Fun, in which we showcase different activities that students could pick. Here is Finish the Lyric. Finish the Lyric is a song where we pause the video while the song is playing, and then an individual has to finish that lyric.
Never gonna let you down. Never gonna.
Which leads us to our main tactic, implementing Friday Fun. And we did this through 5 secondary tactics. First, a pre and post survey so we can measure statistic. Second, a mini lesson about Friday Fun and the different activities that students have a choice in picking. Third, a video lesson about 988 Lifeline. Fourth, we give each student snacks to increase activities. And last, we give donut prizes to the classes with the best participation and best photo. The next part of our presentation showcases the different activities in detail that students chose. Here's Fast Friends Bingo, and it's in front of you as well. Fast Friends Bingo is important because of the social connectedness that comes from students opening up to one another with questions like, what are you most grateful for? Research shows that these questions increase students' sense of belonging.
Students could use door decorating as a way to gather around and maintain positive messages around the school, like fight stigma and power up. We suggest students use person-first language, which, according to the American Psychological Association, putting the person before the disease reduces stigma and shame. Students could also create friendship bracelets with positive words and phrases. Students could also play board games, card games, which
inhales healthy competition and interactions. They could also play other group games like ball games. The human knot is a game where students have to work together to entangle themselves. Then we focused on our friends with disabilities. They are not as socially accepted as they should be. So we decided that we were going to make them feel welcome and comforted in their surrounding of our school by participating them in With There Be Dogs, which provide comfort and joy. And according to the statements made from the teachers by the students, they really enjoyed the dogs.
The pre and post survey results were compared after the Friday Fun Day. Remember when we said that only 22% of students felt included in their Friday Flex? That number increased by 35% after the Friday Fun Day. Also, remember when we said that only 32% of students felt safe in seeking help from an adult in our school? That number also increased by 35% after the Friday Fun Day. We also asked students to describe 988 in their own words. An example is 988 is a crisis lifeline. 74% of students were able to say that 988 is a mental health emergency number.
That is 486 out of 657 students who were able to describe it correctly. So from 657 students, 92% of students expressed that Friday Fun was a pleasant experience. Here are the words that they chose to describe Friday Fun with. One question in our post survey is based on a research from 2019, in which psychologists noticed that when people believe an individual has a mental illness in a classroom setting, they tend to sit further away from that individual. The distance shows the stigma or shame that surrounds mental illnesses. We wanted to see if our student body has that same negativity. So we asked them to imagine this to be a real life classroom, and the individual in seat 8 has a mental illness. And according to that, where do we sit? Our student body stated that they would sit next to that individual to make them feel included. 65% of students showed acceptance. We also asked the staff of our building what they thought about Friday Fun. Our special ed teacher stated that she would love to see Friday Fun in the future again. Our project was so successful that our principal stated it was a breath of fresh air to see students interact in such a positive way.
Because Mr. Eby found our project so impactful on the students' well-being, he suggested that we continue using this project for other days of the week, like Fridays. With his full support, we will be able to sustain this project for years to come. As for sustainability, we could make better use of our social media account. While we have an Instagram currently, in the future, we will make better use of it by posting advertisements for school-wide competitions, school-wide assemblies, and new ways to enhance protective factors. As for scalability, we would like to extend this project into other schools in our district or even in the state. We could do so by hosting Friday Fun conferences, which will bring in schools from around our surrounding areas and teach them what our project is about so they can adapt it into their own system. So judges, think back to the beginning of the presentation when I asked you to think of a time that you felt socially isolated. How would you have felt if we had implemented Friday Fun into your school to enhance your protective factors?
Now that friend with depression calls you.
That disconnected family member calls 988.
Now that invisible student feels seen.
Thank you.
Judges, 10 minutes, please.
Excellent. So you guys did a wonderful job. And each one of you, I hope to see you soon at the Department of Homeland Security. One of the things I would like to talk about and just ask you real quickly is taking a study hall session, right, which is supposed to be for work and improvement in grades, and changing it into something fun, something about connection. How did you get your teachers on board? How did everybody give up their study hall periods to participate in this? And did you experience any struggles?
Well, our study hall that we picked it specifically because we only have it once a week, and it's kind of to fill in anything that we need to do for our school, like our Zello or anything that has to do with graduating or something like that. So we picked it because most of the time it's not an academic class for kids to work on. So we decided that would be the best time to do so.
Smart move. Okay, so my second question is, I've in my past worked with law enforcement a lot, and therapy dogs are absolutely amazing in making people feel joy and some positive emotions. So how did you partner and or find out about therapy dogs, and where did that idea come from? And essentially, how did you get people on board to allow dogs in school?
So we knew an individual who worked with KPES before. So they suggested KPES to us, and we thought it was an amazing idea. So we reached out, and KPES was so amazing. And they said, yeah, we'll come and we'll provide dogs. And it was great.
Thank you.
Great job, Penn Manor. I loved it. It was wonderful. Loved that you were bringing theory to kind of ground your research. Thought that was very impressive. Can you talk more about the role that the adults played in modeling these pro-social behaviors to youth?
Yeah, so the adults are all are aware of our club Avidum, and they were all aware of Friday Fun. So they know that social isolation can be linked to extreme violence, and all the teachers want nothing more than to have a safe place for their students. So they were pretty on board with it, and they allowed us to do this project.
For my second question, I want to repeat something that Dr. Mussington said in his opening remarks, and that's the importance of empowering youth. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about some stories or anecdotes about how youth felt more empowered after participating in this program.
An example I would give again is our friends with disabilities. They don't get to feel socially interacted. They don't get to interact socially with the rest of school. They have their own section in there, in the high school. So they don't do the activities that the whole high school does. When we provided them with the dogs, with the cute dogs, they expressed that they was so happy that they got it. They felt really joyed. And I think that made them feel included. And I will say that is a story that I would love to share about that.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. My first question is kind of just a clarifying question. Who leads the activities? Is it the teachers, or are they just more so there to moderate the classroom, and then members of the club lead the activities? How does that work?
Yeah, so each teacher gets to pick what they wanted to do. Their classroom, after they saw all of our videos, they got to decide what they wanted to do. And the teachers kind of moderated it. And a lot of the teachers actually made a no cell phone rule, which my teacher definitely did that. So they kind of just made their own little rules up and moderated it as it came.
Okay, awesome. And then what is the level of interaction that you guys have with the teachers who are moderating? So do you all give them the supplies for like the friendship bracelets, which I really love because I'm a huge Taylor Swift fan, so I've been like really into those. So do you guys give them the supplies? And then also, if teachers see someone who looks like they're socially isolated during Friday Fun, do you guys provide them with information about what they should do to help that student feel more included?
So one thing that our teachers loved this so much, they actually brought their own materials. So they wanted to do their own games like nets. They bring their own activities. As for the bracelets, we have this collaboration space throughout the halls, and we put it there for each classroom to come in together as a group and make it together. If they do see the isolation part, although we haven't specifically stated for them to directly handle that, we try to emphasize the social connection that students should have in the classroom to bring about that mental health thing.
Thanks for a great presentation. So I work on research at Department of Homeland Security. So my question is about research. You guys did an excellent job of being very theory-driven, and I really appreciated the way that you linked your work and research on social isolation to targeted violence and terrorism. So A+ there. I'm curious though about your pre and post tests. So when you delivered them in your Friday Flex, was that weird? Did people, how many did you give out? Were they pen and paper? How did you do your pre-post test work? This is a really kind of nitty-gritty piece of the research, but it does show the impact of the program. So that's why I'm asking the question.
So each grade level has their own Google Classroom. So we put the post survey into a Google form into that classroom and then had the students take the pre-survey a few days before the Friday Fun Day. And then we had them take it at the end of the Friday Fun Day. But some students did not do it because at the end, because they were so focused on having fun that they just forgot to do it. So.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It was outstanding. One of my other questions was, you talked about working with the special ed population, right? Have you been able to target educators, social workers, or counselors specifically to help them create the tools for the population of students that you're serving?
One thing we were able to do that I'm so amazed is we provided students the counselor connection. So when we did the Friday Fun, the counselors were involved in kind of making the ideas. So they were there as an available resources, and we do plan to use them as a mental health resources for students in the future.
Judges, we have time for a few more questions.
Regarding sustainability, I was wondering if you could walk us through what some of your next steps would be, particularly if you're interested in spreading this to other schools. The club that you all have, is that like a national club that could implement this, or what are your next steps?
So yeah, I'm not exactly sure if it's national, but there's like over 300 schools that have adapted Avidum into their schools. So this could be something that they adapted. Avidum actually does conferences similar to this to spread ideas out, and that's where we got our idea of the Friday Fun Conference, so that way we could get our message out there and hopefully get other schools to adapt it as well.
Lori?
I really appreciated the before and after for students understanding what 988 was. We have so many different text numbers and things of that nature now. So, and just your own opinion, can somebody explain, what have you seen as far as like your student body understanding and knowing what social connectedness or mental health was? And afterwards, have you seen just overall improvement in the subject matter of mental health after your Friday Connectedness?
So we had asked in the pre-survey and the post-survey what 988 is. What we did with the 988 Lifeline, with the mental health resources overall, is we give a mini lesson about the 988 Lifeline and the availability of the counselors again. So there was an overwhelming amount of students that said, correctly described what 988 was. 74% actually described it really, really correctly.
Thank you.
Well, I'll just ask an easy softball question. What was the most enjoyable aspect of working on this?
Just definitely like seeing everyone be able to come together and just like create relationships with each other and just like be able to have a safe space in their school.
On that very powerful note, great question, Nicole. Great job. Congratulations. Awesome. Fantastic. Great. So as we wait for our final school from Brooklyn, New York, just a couple of moments, one of the things the Invent2Prevent team really, I guess, loves about this program, students, young people are like a Geiger counter. They get to understand and see the hate landscape before we do, before law enforcement, before parents, before school administrators. This becomes a way to actually do something about it. It's just remarkable to see the dedication. And this is not an easy project. This is very demanding. And it comes oftentimes, takes over relationships, work, other classes. But the dedication of young people to get this done basically within 15 weeks, think about that, is remarkable. The forming, storming, norming, the group dynamics of all of this is pretty impressive. The second thing, while they're miking up, just to let you know a little inside baseball. So when we started the program, Team Invent2Prevent took a real grassroots approach to turning over stones, getting a machete with the bamboo and trying to find high schools in America that wanted to participate. It was not easy. Because high school operates in a completely different environment than a university faculty member who could drop this into a syllabus where it represents anywhere from 10 to 15 to 20% of a grade, or you find a faculty member who has a special topics course, a campaigns class, which means 100% of the grade is dedicated to Invent2Prevent. High school does not operate that way, but things changed. Number one, working with, I see at least 2 regional prevention coordinators. Ashley and David, stand up real quickly. Thank you for all you do. They have regions throughout the country where they're talking to people and introducing the model. That has been incredibly powerful. So your efforts and your colleagues, other RPCs, greatly appreciated. The other that's really made a big difference is every state has a Department of Education, school safety executive director, right? 50 of them. If you can get them to send a broadcast, an email with a couple of links, and if you're interested, contact Invent2Prevent, that's working. So that's how we're seeing growth, by getting the state level involved to support. So Liv, all set? Great. Let's give a warm welcome to Urban Assembly Institute.
Good morning, everyone. Raise your hand if you ever felt unwelcome in your community, because I know I have. This is how students and police feel every day in downtown Brooklyn, New York. Today, the Adams Street Youth Leadership Council, other known as the YLC, will be presenting our event, Bridging the Gap. The Adams Street YLC is a group of 22 students in schools, Urban Assembly Institute of Math and Science for Young Women, and Urban Assembly School for Law and Justice in downtown Brooklyn, New York, who strive to make a difference in our community.
Our issue is targeted hate-based violence against students of color by police officers, which leads to poor mental health concerns on both parties. For police officers, it's being villainized for doing their job, and for students, it's being put in traumatizing situations. The root causes of this are poor relationships due to past events, as well as bias and othering on both sides. For our campaign, we partnered with the NYPD 84th Precinct, as well as made one-pagers and presentations to show how to build strong relationships with the police and as well as why it's important. And we made a field day event to show that if you put students and police officers in a low stakes settings, they'll be able to build relationships and without biases.
Our mission is to reduce the amount of violent altercations involving youth and police while also increasing feelings of safety around law enforcement. Our protective factors are community connectedness and mental health, which can help a person build connections. And our risk factors are biases, stereotypes, othering, and the lack of community connectedness, which could hinder one's ability to make connections. External research that supports our campaign are from the Vera Institute of Justice, which shows that relationships can reduce gun violence by 30%, while the Roosevelt Institute shows that violent crimes reduced by 15% in 3 major Connecticut cities due to forming relationships.
So why did we choose this issue? In fall 2022, we did a student survey, and this was to gauge how safe they felt in the area because reports of them being told to go home by officers
having their complaints being ignored by officers, and them feeling like they were being treated like criminals became prevalent, as well as the circulation of videos that showed a negative altercation between the two. So we asked, do you feel safe when around police officers? And of the 116 respondents, 54.5% said no. We also asked, do you think that people of color are discriminated against by police officers in the downtown Brooklyn area? And 59.5% said yes. The question, do you think that police discrimination can have an impact on POC mental health, was also asked, and a whopping 89% said yes. Along with this internal research, we also have external research that proves that police discrimination is often targeted at students of color in NYC. According to the Civilian Complaint Review Board, 2/3 of the cases involving students of color show them being profiled or targeted for innocuous activities such as playing or jaywalking.
Our primary target audiences are the two schools that make up the Adams Street campus, UAI, an all-girls school, and SLJ, a co-ed school, both of which consist of predominantly Black and Brown students. On top of being a predominantly Black and Brown campus, our campus has staggering percentages of female-identifying students. More specifically, 83% of our campus is female-identifying, with 17% of male-identifying trailing slowly behind. We chose to highlight this demographic because, as attributed to by the previous statistics, our campus is predominantly Black and Brown female-identifying students. So it shouldn't go unnoticed that these are the same demographics that are usually on the receiving end of hate-based violence. Not to mention that when you're predisposed to experiencing hate-based violence, you're more likely to not trust the police, and you're already tenuous relationship with the police, and this can lead to the ineffectiveness of police de-escalation protocols.
Our secondary target audience was police officers in the NYPD 84th Precinct, which is 75% male officers and 25% female officers. It's 41% white. We chose the 84th Precinct because they are the officers within our community, and also because they have the power to inflict targeted hate-based violence due to poor mental health because their jobs are already stressful, and perceptions of students of color.
What we extrapolated from our data collection is that there's this huge disparity in race and gender between the groups, and this may be the cause for a lack of understanding and connectedness, as well as the cause for frequent altercations, negative feelings, and high tensions. But no one group is at fault here. Both groups deserve to be safe and at peace in the community where they have to work and where we go to school. To ensure that progress is made, both groups need to be educated and supported and willing to participate for change.
Our first strategy was to create an Instagram page where we now have 125 followers, 12 posts, 25 stories, and we've reached 1,545 people.
Our second strategy was to present one-pagers to 500 students and 35 officers. This one-pager included what our issue is, why it is an issue, and how can we solve it. This is us presenting our one-pagers to students. We wanted to be more creative and interactive to embody what we wanted to see in an informative presentation. In our police one-pagers, we wanted them to be more informative and professional to accommodate the older audience. We also included a quote from the Department of Justice to show that our mission is in alignment with the police departments. And it is also important to note that these meetings were scheduled with Officer Council to show our strong partnership with the police department.
Before these one-pager presentations, 37 out of 299 people said that relationships between students and police were important. After the one-pager presentations, there was a 20% increase in the people who agreed that the relationships between police and students were important.
Our third strategy was to apply for a $1,500 grant titled Young Doers from the Citizens Committee for NYC. As you can see, it was a long and tiring process, but we planted the seeds and reaped the rewards, and this money was used to pay for swag, food, and other items for the event. Our fourth strategy was community partnerships, and some notable ones are the NYC Service and the NYPD 84th Precinct.
No, this long list doesn't only show our networking ability, but it shows that these community members saw the issue and were willing to collaborate with us, and did collaborate with us to ensure the change was made. Our fifth strategy was the actual Bridging the Gap field day event itself, where we gave one-pager presentations with invitations towards the end to encourage attendance, and we also advertised the fact that we would have free food, games, and we chose a local and convenient park so that everyone involved can actually practice and enact the guidelines that we had in our one-pager presentations. Some of the Bridging the Gap field day stats and highlights include, but aren't limited to, over 130 attendees, 23 of which were police officers, and 63 documented cases of people playing the games that we included. Some of the games that we had were egg and spoon race, sack race, but towards the end, we had a huge tug of war between the students and the police officers, but we made sure to distribute the police officers and the students equally so as to normalize community and working together, as opposed to, rivalry and conflict.
There are some stories to go with this event. Fred Love and I, we were monitoring the double dutch section, and we did have trouble with the ropes as we weren't really familiar with how to turn ropes for double dutch. 2 female sergeants came to play with us, and they helped us with the ropes.
It was a really inspiring experience because double dutch is a huge part of New York culture, and being able to learn from 2 sergeants who used to play as kids and who understood the culture behind it was very inspiring, and it was just overall fun.
These sergeants played with us for over an hour.
A friend came up to me after the event and she loved basketball and she just really loved playing it. And she told me that she had so much fun playing with officers for over 2 hours and said they were super helpful and super kind to her when she needed it.
This is what truly fuels the city. This is what we need more of. This is some of the best youth service I've ever seen. This was said in a speech during the event by Laura Rogg, New York City's chief service officer. This quote was important because it showcases the goal that the YLC had for making a difference in our community as youth in that neighborhood.
In our 1-month post survey after our event, we had 129 respondents and a 54% increase in feelings of safety. 50% of those 129 students also attended Bridging the Gap. But with those percentages combined, it is safe to say that even people who did not attend felt safe in their community because we were addressing a problem they were struggling with. These are some of the quotes from the 1-month post survey. And cops approached a girl and said that they made her feel good and safe enough to go up to them if she ever had a problem.
For scalability, we will be making this a biannual event for the spring and fall. We plan to increase student participation by contacting local schools and getting them involved, as well as presenting one-pager presentations at kickoff assemblies and school orientations. For sustainability, we will continue our partnership with the NYPD 84th Precinct and invite them to in-school presentations, as well as inviting them to events with youth officers, and increase community partnerships with local businesses.
By doing this event, our commitment is building long-lasting relationships between the 2 groups that will reduce bias that lead to targeted hate-based violence. Thank you.
Fantastic. Congratulations. Judges?
Thank you for this inspiring presentation. One of the questions I have is why do you think this doesn't happen more often? I mean, there's a lot of research that shows these kinds of engagements with young people and figures of authority. Having those fun engagements makes a big impact. You can see tangible outcomes quickly. And we know this, why doesn't it happen? What are the barriers to sustaining projects like this? You get 1 month, great impact, but what happens next month? Everybody's kind of dispersed and gone different ways. What are some of the ways we could really institutionalize this work?
Well, I feel like, to answer your first question, I feel like as in New York, there's not enough places for youth to share their voice as they don't feel safe, which is why we created this event. So they have a place to vocalize their feelings. May you repeat your second question?
Yeah, I guess, how would, like, what advice would you give to people about sustaining this work? Is it have money so you can buy swag and food? Is it finding time to offer events like this where people play for 2 hours, which in the grand scheme of things is not a huge amount of time, although it's great. What advice would you give to people to sustain projects like this? So it's not just a one and done kind of thing.
It's more so commitment, because we need commitment from all sides and all parties in the situation. So knowing that we can have a long-lasting partnership with the police officers, and knowing that we can partner up with more schools who are willing to go that extra mile and continue to move forward, that commitment is what's going to keep the solution going. Because we can't just expect to have one event and then we're like, no more problems, guys. Like, we have to continue to keep going with the work that we're doing.
First, I just want to say thank you for the work that you guys are doing. I think it's something that's not only critical, but honorable to be able to bring together what I think is a noble profession, law enforcement, but even a nobler profession, which is being a teenager in 2024. I couldn't imagine what that's like. And so I just want to say thank you to you guys. I am a graphics person, and this has me shook. I don't know who did these graphics, but can you just explain to me a little bit about the process and understanding of how did you guys understand that you need different types of graphics? This one's more fun and colorful, and then you explained that you wanted to be more professional with the roll call graphics or one pager. So whose idea was that, and what was the process of creating these documents you handed out?
It was our advisor's idea to make like the one pages and stuff. We chose the colors and stuff based off of our target audience. So students, we know that as students, we would like want to see like colorful presentations to like catch our eye. And for adults, we know it's not about the colors as much as it is about the message and what you're trying to get across.
Yes, I need an intern. And then my last question for you guys is, during the field day event, you had a significant number of police there. I want to just explain to me kind of like the process of, because I could imagine those individual officers were at work, right? And so like, what did you have to do to be able to get them there and show their leadership or their captain or their whoever their sergeant to say, hey, this is important and we need these officers there. So we understand the school side, but it seems like it would fall short if law enforcement didn't show up. And so how did you get them to show up?
So through our partnership with Officer Council, that's the affairs officer, we had a commitment of 5 officers at first because there were shortages, but he has been willing to help us a lot. So he rallied up more officers and we made it to 23 for the event.
Good. Don't stop at 5. Thank you.
Oh, I am just so impressed with you all. This is definitely an undertaking that a lot of people have put a lot of resources behind trying to solve this problem, very important problem in our communities. I think bringing people together socially is a great first step, but I wonder if you've thought more deeply about how you're going to create spaces for conversations to happen where we can really dig deeper into what might be the implicit biases that people are holding, the assumptions that people are making about each other on both sides. Where can you extend the work to kind of go into that deeper level that might actually lead to more sustained change?
So what we have planned to do with this Youth Leadership Council is expand it, especially into other schools in our neighborhood and the surrounding area of downtown Brooklyn, New York. We will also expand our partnership with the NYPD department, which will help us do this event biannually and hopefully run it yearly within the city and the mayor's office.
So this is outstanding on every level. I really want to know, how did you choose your community partners, the corporations you decided to go to? Like, what is their impact in the community that made them targets of your program?
The process basically started out as like, we knew that we wanted to have like a field day event. So then we started brainstorming like what we would need. We would need food, we would need games. Then we started talking to the partners that we already had, Officer Clark and Officer Council, where they were like, okay, we have games, so we can incorporate games. And one day we just thought, let's go to the neighboring small businesses and let's start asking them like, do they want to help or do they want to be a part of this issue? So then we started going around and we started talking to them. Then we started to see that these people understand what we're going through. They understand that this is a prevalent issue and they want to be a part of the change. Like, so many people want to make a change, but we gave them an actual opportunity and an actual plan where all they had to do was incorporate what they wanted or incorporate what they could. And that was basically how it turned about.
Great job, everybody. My question is, you mentioned applying for some additional grants. And so you kind of mentioned what you spent the money on previously. And I'm wondering, with more income, hopefully, if you get these grants, what would you like to use the money for? Is there anything additional you would like to get?
Connecting back to what I said before about expanding it, we would like to, again, do this event biannually in the fall, as we've already been asked when we will be doing this event and if we need a time by the Officer Council, we will hopefully be getting a bigger venue. We will get a bigger venue with this money if we get it, but yeah, that's our plans. And if we can, we'd like to spread it around further than the downtown Brooklyn area to help other communities.
And then another question I have, I believe this event was open to members of your school. Will events also be open to students who don't necessarily go to the schools that are hosting, or if there's someone in a different district, would they still be allowed to travel and attend these events?
Of course, our event is about building relationships within the community. We also want to expand it. So it would be awesome if they could come from their communities to build connections. We had college students from like neighboring colleges come and play basketball and hang out at the event.
One more question. We've seen a lot of young ladies up here today, and with something such as law enforcement or police and youth, I want to kind of, and I know, just get your ideas of, did you see from the student side a little more hesitation from your male or the young men and youth participating? Did you see more females participating? So really just kind of just rack your brain on the student side. Yeah, what was that like dealing with the police and some of the young males?
So initially, when we presented the one-pagers to students, they were extremely hesitant and some of them were rolling their eyes and just scoffing at us. But as we continued speaking and we continued saying that this is a prevalent issue in our community, they started to realize that I do want this to go away. I do want the violence to stop. So they started listening to us. And when we started saying the how part, so that was making a connection, making an intro, making connection, and then making it a habit. We presented that because we acknowledge that some of these students may be hesitant and may not want to be interacting with police, but since we gave them something to start so that they can take that initiative, and most of them did take that initiative and started speaking with officers during our event.
Great, and that's our last question. Judges, thank you. Bridging the gap. Okay, judges, follow Lily into the green room and best of luck. It'll be approximately 10 to 15 minutes, a judge's deliberation. Before I introduce, I'll just wait a moment. Before I introduce Rachel Hunkler, who is the Director of Programming and Evaluations for Eradicate Hate Global Summit, she is going to be reviewing the honorary mention teams and also announcing the scholarship winners. Think about it. You're seeing 3 of approximately 35 to 40 high schools. There are so many amazing campaigns out there that aren't with us today. Well, we're going to acknowledge some of the honorary mention teams, which are exceptional. But every campaign is unique. This is not a cookie cutter program. We allow and encourage students to decide based upon research what the topic will be, as well as who the target audience is. And we find it fascinating because at the high school level, you can have your peers, right, 9 through 12, but so many campaigns are targeting middle school students who come out of COVID socially isolated and lonely. Those are risk factors. Then we also have many high school teams who say, listen, I know bullying, name calling, I don't like the color of your hair, starts at 3rd and 4th grade. So we have a lot of campaigns that are targeting elementary. So as adults, you can see this thing is not cookie cutter. It's fresh, it's creative, it's always changing. And again, things happen in schools unlike when we were young people. So it's pretty remarkable. So Rachel, to the stage and tell us about all the other great campaigns out here.
Thanks very much, Tony. Hi, everyone. I'm Rachel Hunkler. I'm with the Eradicate Hate Global Summit, as Tony mentioned, and I have the lovely job of getting to present a few of our honorable mention teams from the high school level this semester. We had 31 submissions of final projects from across the entire country. Obviously, you all just saw the top 3. We wish that we could bring all 31 schools to DC. Unfortunately, we could only bring 3, but we wanted to highlight 3 additional honorable mentions from this past semester. So the first one is from Central Park East High School in New York City with their project Salam Sessions. So Salam Sessions focused on countering the hate against Muslims and Islamophobia through using a series of video podcasts. The podcasts were meant to open dialogue between Muslim and non-Muslim students. And they featured Muslim students from Montenegro, from Algeria, a student who wears a hijab, and then anonymous testimonies of students that they submitted via Google Forms. And they had they surveyed people after watching the podcast episodes, and 40% strongly agreed, and then 60% agreed. So almost everyone agreed that they were more open-minded and motivated to learn more about Islamophobia after watching these video podcasts. So big round of applause for Salam Sessions. Our next honorable mention team is from Chicago, Illinois, from the Farragut Career Academy High School. Their project is YMIE, which stands for Young Multi-Ethnic Immigrants. This is focused on countering xenophobia, bias, and othering of immigrants, specifically in the Chicago area. So the team was really focused on amplifying immigrant voices, as well as providing resources for immigrants that had recently moved to the Chicago area. They did so through partnering with community organizations such as New Life Donations, Pan de Vida Food Pantry, and their New Vecinos or New Neighbors program. And they held various community events to welcome immigrants to their community. So big round of applause for YMIE. And then last but not least, we have one more honorable mention from Ocean Township High School, coming from Oakhurst, New Jersey. Their project was called Team B. Their motto I love, it's be brave, be empowered, be you. They were focusing on, as Tony just mentioned, we're seeing this starting younger and younger, the bullying, cyberbullying that's going on. So they were focusing on 3rd and 4th grade girls specifically in order to combat bullying and promote inclusivity. Why they focused on girls, as you all heard from some of our presenters this morning, is because research has shown that girls are more negatively impacted by the effects of social media. And this is hard to believe, but 3rd and 4th grade is when people start using social media. So that's why they picked that target audience. They had a mentorship program where high school girls from Ocean Township High School went into these 3rd and 4th grade classrooms and served as mentors for these girls. So big round of applause for Team B. Next up, I always love announcing these. We provide opportunities for students in the college level and the high school level to win scholarships to further their studies of how to prevent targeted violence, hate, and terrorism in their communities. At the high school level, this is open to graduating seniors. So these lovely students are going on to start college in the fall, and they'll be studying some sort of major related to preventing targeted violence. We have 6 winners this semester from the high school level. I think they are all not physically present here, but hopefully they are watching on the live stream. So I'm going to announce the first 3: Alexis DiLorenzo from Ocean Township High School, Chelsea Webb from North Panola Career and Technical Center in Como, Mississippi, and Chelsea Kipnis from Ocean Township High School as well. Big round of applause for these 3 scholarship winners. And 3 more: Jocelyn Vi from Burlington Township High School, Joe Boykin from Armory High School in Armory, Mississippi, and Nakia Burge from North Panola Career and Technical Center in Mississippi. Big round of applause. Most of these school names that you see up here actually were participants in the I2P competition last semester, and these students have stayed engaged, stayed involved with Invent2Prevent, and are wanting to go on to study this in college. So this is a really great demonstration of how we're building the career pipeline for prevention careers that students have many times in high school never been exposed to these ideas. They've never thought about a career in prevention. And then they participate in 1 semester of I2P and they're like, this is what I want to do. I want to study this. I want to prevent this, which is really exciting and a huge focus of the program. Should I show the videos? We have time? Okay. We also have some videos that the students that you just saw that they presented, they put together short snippet videos kind of as a trailer for their project. So this is a recap of the projects that you just saw. First is Friday Fun from Penn Manor High School.
We're looking at a real life classroom right now. What do you see?
I see a lot of kids on their cell phones.
Exactly. That's the problem. Do you know that social isolation is linked with extreme violence?
Well, what's a school to do when the risk of isolation is so high?
The school should have some fun. The Broaden and Build theory in positive psychology states that positive emotions are linked with protective factors like social connectedness.
I think I get what you're saying, like a Friday fun day where students can de-stress and check in on their mental health.
Exactly. Flex that mental muscle and start building the protective factor of pro-social relationship. This means teens have to get off those devices.
They can play Fast Friends Bingo, where they increase feelings of connectedness by talking to each other and playing group games like the Human Knot.
Oh, they have to work together to untangle themselves. Also, they could do door decorating.
They can also make friendship bracelets.
Or interact with therapy dogs.
Really, they can do anything that's fun. Board games, card games.
Or board game. That's why it's called
Friday Fun. We can even use this as a time to educate students on where to seek help if needed, like the 988 hotline.
Friday Fun. Flexing to de-stress and checking on their mental health.
All right, round of applause. Thank you. We also have a video that was created by the Bridging the Gap team that you just saw from Brooklyn, New York.
Imagine a world where students of color and police officers live in harmony. Our community strives because we know that it will make our community thrive. Bridging the Gap was a field day event between police officers and students of the 84th Precinct. Its purpose was to build community and reduce biases between the two. We did this by reaching out through the use of one-pager presentations. We planted the seeds and reaped the rewards. Here's what the participants had to say.
If you were to describe Bridging the Gap in one word, what would that word be?
My one word to describe Bridging the Gap would be transformative.
progressive,
collaboration,
impressionable,
remarkable,
bonding,
impactful,
trailblazing,
community,
enlightening.
Since launching the Bridging the Gap campaign, there has been a 54% increase in students' report of safety. Our event was so successful that 70% of students said that they would attend a Bridging the Gap event in the future. Help us to continue to sustain the joy in our community through events like this. Thank you.
You can just feel that energy with that video. I think Jill, one of our judges, asked if people from other places can come to these community events. And I'm like, I want to come. Can I come from DC and go to these events? Oh, I think we're still waiting a couple more minutes for our judges. They have the unenviable task of deciding first, second, and third place. So as we're waiting on them, I'll just chat a little bit more about our I2P high school sustainment program, which is not a formal program, but has just been happening organically. So what we're seeing for the past couple of years since we started doing Invent2Prevent at the high school level is that teams, they compete for a semester and then they want to keep going. And so all on their own, they've actually kept their projects going. They've formed I2P clubs at their school. Some of them have been going on for 3 years now. They're building leadership as well, where they had students that were maybe sophomores in high school. Now they're seniors and they're leading and they're recruiting new members. So, and they're doing all of this without our help. And we just love to hear about the great work that they're doing. So yeah, we're really excited to see these projects, not only the hunger for participating in Invent2Prevent as the competition each semester, but clearly the need and the enthusiasm of young people to keep doing this work, even when they're not competing for prizes. They're just doing it because they love to. So with that, Tony, I think I'll turn it back to you to welcome our judges.
Why don't we use this time if there's any questions or comments until the judges come back? Any thoughts from the audience or probing questions that some of the students who are in the audience that could answer, or that anyone from the team could? The GW? Yeah.
You work in Chicago events.
Oh, good. Yes. So I had indicated that state level Department of Education school safety executive directors have been very kind in taking a broadcast that they send to superintendents and principals. Here we have really a great story to tell, because from what happened in Illinois, the Chicago mayor's office called and said, we want this program. We implemented Invent2Prevent with 5, the 3rd largest school district in America, which we're so excited about. I mean, it's pretty amazing. And here we have a podium finalist with Englewood STEM, and we also have an honorary mention. So something's happening when you get a request for schools from the Chicago mayor's office. Same thing happened in New York City. I received a phone call from the chancellor's office, and we want 5 schools, 1 for each of the boroughs. So we thought, boy, what a wonderful opportunity. The 1st largest school district in America. We have the 3rd. The 4th largest, Clark County, Las Vegas, is interested. That's starting to happen. And it takes time. It's an organic movement. We don't have an advertising budget, but the word of mouth within the education community is getting out there. And then, as I indicated, with the regional prevention coordinators for CP3. So there's, the tsunami is happening. What we ended up doing, just because to have a relatively concise DMA or a location such as Chicago and New York City, the team threw an additional $2,000 at each in Chicago and New York City. So we had our first ever regional or citywide competition, which was amazing. So they got to compete amongst their peers, as well as potentially qualify if CP3 elected them as one of the finalists here. So we held these two great events. I'd just like to acknowledge David Barone from New York City, who hosted that particular event. It was amazing. We had like the New York who's who show up. It was wild. And it's Tony Copeland I don't see Tony. Tony is with Chicago Public Schools, and she did the same thing. So just a wonderful byproduct of things that are starting to happen. So that's that right there. The teachers, do we have Kelly? Maria? Stand up, please. And Chris. Thank you. Maria is from Penn Manor, and Kelly with the Urban Assembly Institute. And Chris, perfect timing. This is Chris from Englewood STEM, which is great. I just want to acknowledge the teachers. As I said, it's hard for the students. It's brutal for the teachers and advisors. They don't need to do this. You know, it's a labor of love. They see the value. They believe in experiential education. They know that students are going to really learn a lot through this whole experience.
I had no gray hair before.
We believe you. And perfect timing. So here come our judges. So it had to be competitive because that took a little longer than usual.
Very.
Yeah, it's hard. It really is. So it's now my pleasure to ask Dr. Bill Braniff, the director of the CP3 for Homeland Security, to come up, provide some comments, as well as he will be making the actual awards to the three teams. So Bill.
Thank you, Tony.
You bet.
All right. Really want to thank everybody for attending today. As you know, because you just lived through it, this is a really important event. This is incredibly powerful for the audience, for the students, for the teachers. And being here just memorializes that, I think. And I'm just grateful for your time and attendance. I do want to thank Adventure Partners, the Eradicate Hate Global Summit, which is also the host of the Prevention Practitioners Network, so a national community of practice for violence prevention. So for the students who are looking to build future careers in violence prevention, PPN is a place that'll help with your professional development, network for employment opportunities, and really continue this work that you've started now. As well as Credence for the support on the project. I want to thank our judges. Really can't thank you enough for your time, Abdullah, Susan, Jill, Nicole, and Lori. Just want to also just say on behalf of one of my bosses, Assistant Secretary Gian Favors, who was at the White House today. He wasn't able to attend. But I really wanted to just take a moment to put his photo up on the screen and highlight the importance that he places on this program as the Assistant Secretary for Counterterrorism, Threat Prevention, and Law Enforcement at the Department of Homeland Security. Gian is a really wonderful leader. His call to service came on 9/11, 2001. That event led him to join the Central Intelligence Agency, to become a clandestine, an officer in the clandestine service, to go on to a career at Department of Justice, and eventually to come to the Department of Homeland Security. Your call to service just happened this semester for our students. Right? And 20 years from now, one of you is going to be the Assistant Secretary at the Department of Homeland Security. And I want you to think about that, right? That's the journey you've just started for yourself. And I hope you'll take it, because we need you. I want to take a second to talk about the public health informed approach to targeted violence and terrorism prevention in action, because you just saw it, right? You saw individual level interventions, cognitive behavioral therapy, and small group interventions. You saw community police relationships, so community level interventions. You saw peer-to-peer interventions through Friday Fun, right? These are multi-level approaches. There are so many ways for us to reduce risk if we take a public health informed approach that lets us create these interventions from individual all the way to communal and societal levels, right? So you've just opened the aperture for risk reduction, and that's really important. We don't just have to focus on any one level. And these student teams intuitively built programs at all of those levels of interventions. It's pretty cool, right? I think you've also just seen that some of these approaches are brilliant in their simplicity. They're achievable. We can do this, and these students just did it. And they demonstrated their efficacy. With very low investments, they've created safer, healthier cultures in their schools and communities. This is doable work. Targeted violence and terrorism are preventable. We just have to invest. Right. We spent a lot of time, I think, this morning talking about relationships. And I know Tony just did it, but one of the single most important protective factors for violence prevention is the relationship between young people and adults. And just one more time, for every mentor, every teacher who has taken time to form transformative relationships with students this semester, thank you, right? It's an incredible gift. I had a conversation with Chris last night that I'll remember for the rest of my life about the power of positivity, right? That positivity can take you places. It seems simple, but it's science. It's faith. It's education, right? All of these are built on the premise that positivity can take you places. And so is violence prevention, right? We have a strengths-based approach to violence prevention here by building the protective factors that make communities healthy and well, right? It's doable, it's positive, and for the mentors and educators as well as the students, thank you for leading in your communities. Okay, last note, why do we do this as a competition? This is the best day of my year. And this next 3 minutes is like the worst 3 minutes of my year because I have to tell some team that they didn't win. That's not right, right? They won. They're here, but they won when they started the program, when they continued the program, when they spent the semester. And so did the student teams that are not here. And I'm not being cliche, right? We do a competition because it gets people excited. It creates buy-in and students put their best foot forward. And so we get 35 great programs around the country. That's why we do a competition. But once those students start to internalize this work, you don't need the competition anymore. And you heard it, right? They've internalized this. And the schools internalize it. They want to sustain it, right? That's really powerful. So the first, second, and third bit, it's not why we're here. I'm happy to announce the winners. But really, the competition, that was for 3 months ago. Today, this is about the experience and the contribution that the students have made to their schools and their communities. So one last round of applause for all of the teams, and then I'll take care. In third place, Englewood STEM High School. Come around for a photo. Come to the center with the plaque. Bring the plaque into the center.
Like the random, right?
Oh, that's cute. That's cute.
Here we go. Yeah.
For our second place team, Urban Assembly. Some of the folks who are watching this via live stream are members of the Center for Prevention Programs and Partnerships team. And while this presentation was going on, some of the texts coming through our internal chat was, "I'm not crying, you're crying." You guys crushed it. Thank you. And our first place team, Penn Manor High School. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you all again for your time this morning. Tony, I'll turn this back over to you. Congratulations.
Judges, you did well. Final comments before we have lunch, as well as those that would like to be part of the Let's Talk Debate to Deflate Hate session, which starts at about 12:10. Please come back here, enjoy it. I think it's going to be very exciting. First, I want to thank the students, and they're not here, unfortunately. Today's learners, tomorrow's leaders, this is what it's all about. I think this opportunity is going to be very, very transformative, and I want to thank the faculty, the teachers, the advisors for allowing your students to take on this project. Number two, in the streaming world and any other faculty and students that did participate, thank you. We all appreciate very much the hard work. The audience, busy lives, it's not easy to carve out a couple of hours. Fantastic. Thank you very, very much. CP3, for the opportunity to do this. It's amazing. And to create that next generation of prevention practitioner, which the world clearly needs. The judges, I never want to be a judge, but you did it. You rose to the occasion. And it's an interesting debate when you take a look at the scores, and it's fascinating. So you did well. Thank you. I think finally, I'd like to thank the Invent2Prevent team, our colleagues at Eradicate Hate, Credence Management Solutions, and my team from Adventure Partners, who really worked tirelessly and with great dedication over the course of the semester. And with that, I'd like to officially close. Thank you again for participating, and please join us for the afternoon session for the collegiate.
Now, I'm a card collector. Y'all have cards? I need cards. I need cards. Anyone have cards? I appreciate it. So, no. You get a team's call. Because I don't have cards.
Where should we sit? Anywhere?
think we need to start.
I know, but without Rachel doing something, we can't start. I know.
She said it's up to us.
No, but she has to go.
Oh, that's right, that's right.
Trying to get everyone through the food.
Yeah, we're just waiting for Rachel. We can start.
By the way, hi, it's good to see you again. I'm gonna make an announcement so they can hear it out there.
Okay.
And then we'll just get started.
Yeah. If you would like to attend the lunchtime debate, we are getting started in 1 minute. If you're out in the lobby, please come join us in the main room. We are starting in 1 minute for the lunchtime debate event.
The camera.
You're fine. Hey, Noah, could you shut the door back there? I'm very excited. All right, hello, everyone. Thank you for joining over lunch. We really appreciate it. Or if you're joining over live stream, thank you for joining us. Today, we are very excited. For the first time ever, we have an Invent2Prevent finalist team coming back to the stage. They were finalists in spring of 2023 and have been participating in our year-long I2P sustainment program, which is a program that's offered to collegiate finalists to sustain and scale their project long-term. They work with members of the I2P team, including myself. So I've had the pleasure of working with this George Washington University team for the past year on their pilot program, which they are going to present today, and they'll tell you more about in just a minute. This is a debate program. It's to debate to deflate hate. So you will see the two outstanding students from across the country, out of I think about 50 students, are going to be debating the topic of, is social media detrimental to U.S. national security? So it'll be a very stimulating debate. I wanted to remind everybody that the opinions that the students express are their own opinions and don't reflect any of the positions of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the George Washington University team. Jeff, over to you.
Thank you, Rachel. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the first ever Talk With Me Debate to Deflate Hate competition. My name is Jeff Dolinsky. I'm here with my colleagues, Elaine Lemert, Eddie Olinski, Bill McKenna, and Elizabeth Henn. Our competitors are here with their coaches. We have with us today Paige Harris and her coach, Andrew Phillips, from Chaminade Preparatory School in West Hills, California. Thank you for making the trip. And we also have Vivek Malik and his coach, Stephen Fitzpatrick from Hackley School in Tarrytown, New York. Thank you for joining us. And now for our judges. I'd like to introduce our judges. Sean Blockberger. Sean Blockberger is a national security professional with over 30 years of service within the Department of Defense. He has extensive experience in leadership, organizational behavior, and strategy development and execution. He currently teaches strategic change leadership for the Homeland Security program at George Washington University's College of Professional Studies. Thank you, Sean. Brian Cedar. Brian Cedar has been an adjunct faculty at GWU for nearly 10 years. Mr. Cedar is currently the chief of the Investigation and Adjudication Division at the United States Patent and Trademark Office. Prior to that, he served as chief of staff for the Maryland State Police Bureau of Criminal Investigation, overseeing the activities of the Criminal Investigations Division, the Drug Enforcement Division, and the Forensic Crime Laboratory. Mr. Cedar holds a bachelor's degree and a master's degree from Johns Hopkins University. Thank you, Ryan, for being here. And our third judge here today is Bernard Hall. He has been an adjunct faculty member at the College of Professional Studies, George Washington University, for the past 4 years. He is currently employed as a corporate security officer for NLT Management Service, an American Indian tribally owned company specializing in professional and technical support services. Bernard has more than 30 years of military and law enforcement experience. He holds a master's degree in security and safety leadership and a bachelor's degree in police science, both from George Washington University. Thank you for being here, Bernard.
We want to also thank the variety of entities that have helped us get here today through their sustainment and guidance, in particular, obviously, DHS and CP3. We also would like to thank Eradicate Hate Global Summit, the McCain Institute, Adventure Partners, and Credence Management Solutions. And now we'll turn it over to Elizabeth Henn, who will give you a little bit idea of what this is about and start the debate.
Thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you to my team, and thank you to the coaches and students who are here. This program started as a way to combat radicalization, hate speech, and misinformation online. And we decided what better way to do that than by opening and expanding civil dialogues and hoping that students learn to think critically and analyze ideas. So we decided Debate to Deflate Hate was a great name for our project. These students were part of a larger program of 28 students who submitted speeches from all over the country. And all of the speeches in some way deal with misinformation, radicalization, or hate speech, including our topic for today. So we understand that young people spend a lot of time online, and we decided that that's where we needed to be. And so all of their speeches were initially recorded to be uploaded to YouTube so that other people, other students in the future that do these programs can see their speeches and interact with them as well. I am so excited to introduce this debate and to introduce these two students, both of whom were competing when doing their finals. So a huge round of applause for them. And without further ado, we will start the debate.
Before I start, I just want to thank everyone for this opportunity. Thank you for being here, and thank you for organizing this whole thing. Today, I will prove that social media poses a detriment, that is, threat or risk to national security, encompassing US citizens, the economy, or our institutions. My first argument is about protecting democracy from foreign adversaries. The ability to erode collective understanding can impact public opinion and consequentially administrative decisions, which affect national security. According to a recent Pew Research study, 32% of US adults regularly get news on TikTok. This is a crucial statistic because every national election in the US since 2016 has been pummeled from the outside via social media. Russia, China, and Iran have weighed in about candidates and the credibility of the American election system with videos, memes, and fake news. In 2020, Russia and Iran undertook a, quote, multi-pronged covert influence campaign designed to undermine public confidence in the US election system, according to the US Office of the Director of National Intelligence. Overall, spreading misinformation by foreign adversaries unbeknownst to the American people undermines democracy and our elections, which is one of our most fundamental institutions. Additionally, misinformation directly leads to the election of candidates whose uninformed policies compromise public health and important military and economic decisions. My second argument is about cybersecurity. First, I'll talk about China and TikTok. TikTok poses a threat to national security due to policies that coerce PRC-based companies like ByteDance to comply with China's intelligence collection efforts, such as Article 7 of China's National Intelligence Law. And in 2020, TikTok bypassed Android security safeguards to collect unique identifiers from millions of mobile devices. And this was only possible because of the widespread use of social media. These types of data breaches can lead to large-scale cyber attacks, compromising national security. There's a reason why TikTok is banned on government devices. Social engineering attacks like phishing also occur over social media and threaten US industries. This has happened in the past with Google and Facebook, where cyber actors can take private data, and in the past have also impersonated the Department of Labor to collect identifiers from millions of people. Additionally, innovations in artificial intelligence, including deepfake technology, will likely improve the effectiveness and potency of social engineering attacks. The important impact here is that social media can be used to attack American industries, thus compromising national security. My third argument is about terrorism and human trafficking. Social media is a breeding ground for terrorism. Platforms like Facebook and YouTube have been used by terrorists to spread their messages and recruit followers. An investigation by Facebook revealed that 64% of all extremist group joins were based on recommendations made by Facebook's algorithms. And despite knowing this, Facebook did nothing to actually curb these activities. An academic study published in the Social Network Analysis and Mining Journal found that the Proud Boys primarily use social media to recruit members, espouse their extremist beliefs, and coordinate events, which ultimately lead to the events of January 6th, the most recent direct threat on our elections, our most fundamental institution, and therefore our national security. Additionally, in 2015, pro-ISIS hackers broke into the Twitter and YouTube accounts of the US Central Command, leaking documents and information and live tweeting as they went. If it were not for social media, it would be much harder for these terrorist groups to reach a widespread audience and evade detection. Next, according to the DHS, human trafficking is an enduring threat to our human rights, our economic interests, our borders, and our national security. And sex traffickers often use social media to identify, groom, and recruit victims and advertise victims to prospective customers. So to summarize what I've said, my first argument was about protecting democracy from foreign adversaries. My second argument was about cybersecurity. And my third argument was about terrorism and human trafficking. So I hope I've shown that definitively social media does is detrimental to national security and poses a huge threat and risk. Thank you.
When people think of social media, they often think of its recreational use for leisure and entertainment. However, social media encompasses that and more. In fact, social media can save lives and protect people, especially in crisis responses and quick communication. For the purposes of this debate, social media is a large umbrella ranging from Facebook to Discord to Pinterest. National security is the effort to ensure that a nation is safe, secure, and resilient against terrorism and other hazards where American interests can thrive. I encourage us in this debate to view social media as a tool that, one, supports national security as a soft power, as an effective communicator, and as a misunderstood tool whose capacity for corruption is overblown. Social media allows officials to quickly and effectively communicate with people during a crisis or security threat. According to the University of Central Florida, 70% of people turn to social media and collaborative technologies when in a crisis situation. The US Department of Homeland Security highlights that social media and collaborative technologies have become critical components of emergency preparedness, response, and recovery. Through social media, the public can provide timely geographic-based information to public safety organizations. This information helps decision makers plan response strategies, deploy resources, and provide updated, accurate information to the public. For example, the Red Cross, with over 450,000 followers on Facebook, can quickly spread information to a large audience. FEMA also uses social media to issue flood warnings, helping to inform and connect individuals, including those who are homebound, working from home, or retired. Social media also plays a part in preventing crises from occurring. Law enforcement agencies such as the FBI and components of DHS use social media monitoring to assist with criminal and civil investigations. FBI agents can open assessments based on authorized purpose, such as preventing crime or terrorism. They explore ways to use facial recognition technology to support investigations, offering new opportunities to identify terrorists and people of interest. Social media platforms enforce strict guidelines and regulations to prevent extremism, fostering online communities that counter violent extremism and terrorism by promoting positive messages and building digital resilience and media literacy. Cooperation between intelligence, law enforcement entities, and social media companies ensures the removal of terrorist content, if there even is any, because social media users, who compose 62.3% of the population, are generally not posting about terrorism or spreading anti-US propaganda. Most users engage in friendship, community, and generally unproblematic behavior, often spreading information about pop culture. The threat of extremism is to individuals who already harbor extremist tendencies. A study led by data scientist Annie Y. Chen from NIH finds that exposure to extremist YouTube videos occurs among users with pre-existing resentful attitudes about issues such as race and gender. Algorithmic recommendations generate minimal traffic to extremist content. Similarly, the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences documents the rarity of rabbit hole events among YouTube users, showing that consumers of extremist content previously held extremist beliefs. Algorithms require expressed interest in extreme content to recommend such material, preventing and protecting those without such interest from radicalization. Social media also serves as a soft power tool to spread US ideals and enhance national security. It offers a direct connection to people, allowing the spread of fragmented ideas without journalistic gatekeepers. This allows for the presentation of uncontested ideas directly to audiences. A significant example being the protests in Iran following the death of Mahsa Amini, where social media was used to criticize the Iranian government and advocate for US ideals like democracy, equality, and progress. While my opponent views social media as a source of threats to national security, I see it as a solution. Thank you. Doesn't social media have means of countering misinformation?
Sure, that may be true. Like any technology has means of countering any harm that could come to it, but who's to say that those harms are actually, or who's to say that those means of countering disinformation are actually successful and actually countering all the misinformation that exists? Can I take a question? Okay, so you talked about organizations like the Red Cross and FEMA, how they can very easily communicate to the public. Are there any other mediums of communication that these people use prior to social media or instead of social media? What other mediums of communication are there?
There are other mediums of communication, of course. However, social media exists so that that information can happen faster and more effective, as I said. May I ask a question?
Yep.
Were forums and posts like the ones that you talked about, were they ever taken down? Were they ever caught?
So in some cases, yes. I mean, I'm not going to say that there's no misinformation that's not caught. However, like I said, in case 64% of extremist group joins were based on Facebook algorithm recommendations. And despite knowing this, Facebook did not do a lot to rectify this. And there's a reason for that. It's because of the vast amount of content on social media. It's so hard to actually regulate those things. So yeah, to answer your question, no, not all that stuff was necessarily taken off, and it still remains to this day. Okay. I think we only have about a minute left, but my first thing is, you said that social media has guidelines to prevent against extremism.
Correct.
What are those guidelines?
There are guidelines and there are community guidelines in which content that would expose extremist values or misinformation can be reported and therefore taken down, a feature in which you actually wouldn't get in real life. And that in that way, social media acts as a solution to extremism in how it is able to block content and remove content with those views.
So you can take a question.
Wouldn't extremism happen still without social media?
Okay, the concept of extremism, sure, might happen without social media. What I'm trying to argue is that social media makes it so easy to amplify that extremism because of the sheer amount of people that use it. In my last time, wouldn't you agree? Can we at least agree that social media has been used to recruit terrorists in the past?
That's time. We will now move on to the rebuttal speeches. Please have your timers ready.
I want to start off by saying something right off the bat. This debate is about whether social media is detrimental to national security. Now, I'm not denying that there are benefits to social media. That may be the case. But if I can prove that in any way social media does have detriments to national security, then just from a who wins the debates perspective, I should win this debate because I'm proving that social media is actually detrimental. So yes, I'm not denying that there are benefits to social media with regards to disaster response, et cetera. Now, I'm going to mitigate those benefits as I continue my speech. But I just want to mention that right off the bat, that there can be good aspects of social media while it still is detrimental to national security. So two things can be true at once. So let's go down her speech. So the first thing she said was social media is a tool that supports national security. Now, she tries to qualify this by saying officials communicate with people about threats. So the first thing she talks about is social media threat monitoring and all of these things. Well, like I said, first of all, social media is not the only method of communicating, not the only method the government has of communicating. In fact, it is a somewhat unreliable method because, as I stated in case, there have been many instances, and I gave the example of the Department of Labor, of people creating fake government-associated accounts or fake accounts and actually disseminating misinformation to people. And because of the vast uses of social media, she said herself, 60-something% of people are using social media. That in itself is a national security threat. So yes, there may be specific cherry-picked incidents in which there have been disasters and social media has helped. However, because of the lack of actual monitoring on social media, it's very easy for people to create fake government accounts and disseminate fake information. And that fulfills my burden of proof of proving that social media is detrimental. Next, she said social media has community guidelines that prevent against extremism. Well, they have the community guidelines, but let's be honest, how is it really being enforced? Like I read to you, Facebook knows that 64% of these extremist joins are due to their own algorithms, and they're not doing anything about it, right? So very clearly, yes, these guidelines might exist in theory. In practice, that's not actually what's happening. And I asked her that she didn't get to answer, but I asked her in Crossfire, I said, wouldn't you at least agree that social media has been used to recruit terrorists? And the answer is yes, social media has been used to recruit terrorists. I gave you multiple examples, and January 6th is one of the biggest examples of this. If all these guidelines she was talking about and these mechanisms of taking down harmful posts, if that actually happened, how were the Proud Boys so able to so effectively use social media to recruit people and coordinate their responses? So that is a response I will give to that. Next, she said extremism affects people who are already predisposed, but if you're having this large forum of, this isn't true for everyone. Let me first start with saying that. There are people, the way these algorithms work is they will show you information, and the algorithms are designed to show you more and more extremist information. So in that way, even if some people who are being affected by this misinformation are already predisposed to it, there are certain people, because of the way the algorithm works, it is possible for you to kind of get sucked into this conspiracy theorist hole and develop these extremist beliefs because of the nature of how the social media algorithms work. So I want to quickly talk about why social media is so uniquely a threat as opposed to any other medium. Social media's wide and deep reach into users' lives, like I was talking about, the algorithm, personalized content to each user, the replaceability of individual content, and this participatory nature, I'm not denying that there are benefits, like I said, but it leads to all of these things that I talked about, the cybersecurity attacks, it leads to extremism, and it leads to terrorist attacks. So that is what I will say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We now move to the second rebuttal speech, 4 minutes.
I think within this debate, there's something that we can't deny. And that something is that social media exists and that social media encompasses the majority of the population. As I stated, around 63% of people in the world use social media. In this way, it almost acts as a future of communication and of free speech in the way that we communicate in our American values. As I stated, social media can be used as a soft power for US ideals. We own companies and we own these platforms such as Instagram, such as Facebook, so that we can use social media for the interest of US national security. Now, onto my opponent's case. He states that social media is detrimental as it is not protecting democracy. However, we almost see the transformation and extension of the First Amendment and our civil liberties through social media in how it is able to be a communicator. Social media is able to show us diversity in thought, unlike typical we would in regular day, as it is the future of communication. Before, if you were subjected to extremist views, like majority who have extremist views are, if you were subjected to them before being exposed to any other place, if there is only one voice telling people what to believe and what to think, then that will result in the lack of diversity of thought and also contributes to a lack of democratic values, which is obviously what national security is all about, protecting democratic values. And having such censorship and communicating one voice like our adversaries do, and our lack of censorship in that, are able to have our ability to have social media contribute to our First Amendment rights. We have the abilities to then spread our own ideals, and we are able to spread them far, wide, and quickly through the invention of social media. It allows for also more ways to combat cybercrime. As I stated, there are means of places where people can combat cybercrime in ways of catching criminals, as the National Homeland Security does. An example of this is also geofences, the invention of the geofence, in which someone through either a social media platform such as Facebook or the device itself is able to show one where a criminal is, and then forth be able to catch that person by the means of knowing where their location is through their device. The next point that my opponent gave is that it spreads terrorism. However, we also see that it is able to strictly combat terrorism through the means of a counter narrative. We see that it is not exporting, it is blocking material, it is silencing those who are detrimental to national security and therefore protecting it itself. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now going to move on to the 3-minute questioning period. Because of time, I have to start the timer now.
Michelle.
I can take it if you want to. Okay, so you said that social media has been can be used to combat terrorism. What are some concrete examples of this?
A concrete example of how it combats terrorism is, in fact, the way that they are able to catch potential terrorists and people of interest through these means of, sorry, I have it in my speech, in terms of, I have it right here as it is, sorry. They are able to access people's posts with authorized purpose.
No, I know that,
such
but
as
like
preventing
once like
crime.
an actual concrete example, like when, like give me like a year that happened, like where they use social media specifically to combat this, like an example of actual terrorism that happened.
Oh, well, a group that was anonymous had this hashtag of Op ISIS, in which it was able to combat such recruitment of ISIS by countering it. The hashtag Op ISIS by anonymous people on social media.
Okay, you could take a question.
My question is, doesn't AI help to filter content if it exposes extremist views?
I'll say two things to that. The first thing I'll say is the AI technology with regards to like how they've been rolling it out with regards to regulating social media. Sure, they've been using that. That's been like kind of a recent development. I don't think we know enough information to make a declarative statement on how effective it is at curbing misinformation. But what I can tell you is that I have concrete examples of how AI and deepfakes in the past have actually been used to spread misinformation. So yeah. Can I ask a question?
Yes. Isn't it problematic and a generalization to analyze social media through these exceptions that you talk about in terms of it promoting terrorism? Isn't majority of social media content benign?
Yeah, the majority of social media content is benign. Just like the majority of the American population aren't criminals. That doesn't mean that like crime isn't an issue. You know what I mean? So like, what I'll say is terrorist attacks damage national security, and they don't have to be perpetrated by the majority of social media users. It can be a very, very small minority of them for them to still cause harm. So yeah, you can play a numbers game, but even if 0.01% of social media users are engaging in some sort of terrorist attack, by the way, we know that the majority of social media users are prone to misinformation. So that in
That's
itself.
time. Thank you. We now move on to the summary speeches. 2 minutes.
Okay. I'm starting now. Okay, so first I'm just going to do some very quick final refutation before I summarize this debate and tell you why the proposition should win. So firstly, she said social media is the future of communication used as a soft power for US ideals. Okay, so this is, first of all, like, she doesn't provide a direct link to national security, and I also don't think that's very. She doesn't quantify that with any evidence, or she did mention some Iraq evidence, but that's not. There's no direct link to U.S. national security there. Second, social media as a communicator. Yeah, sure, the public can communicate. Again, I'm not denying that there are benefits to social media. I'm just saying that any detriment to social media, even if it's perpetrated by the 0.001%, is still a big threat to national security because of the concrete examples that I provided to you. So it's not like social media is the only place where this marketplace of ideas can exist either, right? Secondly, on combating cybercrime, right? She said that, yes, social media can be used, and I pressed her on it in Crossfire, and she didn't really give me a concrete example of it, whereas I've given you specific examples of January 6th, when ISIS has broken into government and released sensitive government information. I've given you examples of cybersecurity attacks. I've given you examples of terrorist attacks. And clearly, whatever method of regulation she's talking about hasn't actually materialized because we are seeing these attacks. So ultimately, it comes down to this. I've given you 3 concrete arguments to vote in favor of my side, which is protecting democracy from foreign adversaries. She didn't really touch a lot on misinformation. She said the people who are prone to misinformation were already predisposed to it. Well, you can't deny that the election or that misinformation has been spread by foreign adversaries, and that has materialized in people being elected who necessarily don't know what they're doing and are ignorant, and whose policies compromise national security. I gave you the cybersecurity argument with specific examples of phishing taking place. And lastly, probably the most important argument is terrorism. And she didn't really touch on human trafficking, but that still should go through, that social media can be used for human trafficking. For all these reasons and more, it is clear that social media is detrimental to national security.
Thank you. We now move on to the next summary speech, 2 minutes.
First of all, to some refutation before I summarize this debate, I did in fact respond to my opponent's question in which I talked about the hashtag #OpISIS, which was a hacking campaign which aimed to report, interfere, and disrupt suspected ISIS accounts. I will elaborate that the campaign initially exposed 70 ISIS-linked websites and 26,000 Twitter accounts being used for recruitment communications. Technological innovation on social media in its evolution has served to fight against terrorism and protect national security through both AI and human involvement being used to see and take down any content that is seen as supporting terrorism. And secondly, the fact that social media can be used as a soft power is absolutely related to national security, as it is in national security's interest, because it is the means in which we can spread our own influence to the countries that we consider our adversaries. We are able to have our platforms such as Instagram, such as Facebook, to spread our own messages, such as my example with the protests in Iran. We are able to spread democratic values through social media by using it as a soft power. Therefore, it is immensely linked to national security. I would also say that in terms of how social media is used and how it is the future of communication, there is no way that we can stop having its benefits, but we are able to stop its, if there are any at that point, detriments, as we are able to see them and take them down, which we wouldn't if they were just mere extremism not online, but rather in person. Thank you.
Thank you so much, debaters. We now have 4 minutes in which your judges will ask you questions. I will pass them the mic.
Okay, my first question is for Paige. You cited community standards as being, or community guidelines are the solution in terms of regulation. I was wondering if you could expound upon your thoughts on the role of regulation in social media.
I think regulation in terms of social media is a big solution to any of the issues that we are talking about today. We are able to combat extremism, combat misinformation through the fact that we are able to see and then take down such harmful ideas, which if you were just told such extremist views, you couldn't directly disqualify them, which you can on social media.
Okay, my question is for Vivek.
Hi.
You mentioned social media can have an adverse effect on elections. Can you expound upon that? Can you give me some?
Yeah. So essentially, there's concrete evidence to suggest that Russia, China, et cetera, basically our foreign adversaries, have used information operations and information campaigns to influence what the American people think about elections. Now, this is a known fact. This has been proven. Now, I'll explain to you how that affects elections. Essentially, when you have an American electorate that is listening to all this misinformation and developing views that are not based in fact, they elect candidates who then espouse those same views and whose policies compromise national security. I'll give you an example. Like during COVID with the whole anti-vaccine stuff, that was because of misinformation that was perpetrated online via social media. They now elect leaders who espouse these same like disgusting beliefs, and that's how it compromises national security, because it compromises the economy, it compromises health, military decisions. All of those things are tied into national security.
My question is also for Vivek. What policies, procedures, regulations do you recommend to be implemented to mitigate the threat to national security?
So that's a great question. So I just want to make it clear that this debate, we were talking about social media as it is now, not as it's going to be in the future. But to address your question, what we could do in the future, potentially harnessing the power of AI, but that's a double-edged sword because AI can be used to evade detection. So AI is one avenue. I don't want to get into the whole thing about censorship because then that we can get into a whole First Amendment argument. My issue here is that it's really hard to regulate social media because it's the whole point of social media that's not supposed to be massively regulated, and that's what makes it such a big threat. So there are many avenues to explore, but it's going to be difficult.
Okay, my question is for Paige.
other than removing posts, how are social media platforms enforcing guidelines against improper users?
Well, I mean, we've all seen, like, if we are scrolling through posts and there is something about politics in which it is not proven, it will say on the bar below it, like, this needs to be fact checked. This is not for sure, which is a means we have in order to kind of proof the information that we have before we would spread it elsewhere.
Vivek, I was wondering if you could go into a little bit more detail on whether you thought the detriment to U.S. national security was primarily domestic or foreign or international.
Yeah, so it's a mix of both. Now, I gave you the example of January 6th, right? And I also gave the example of foreign influence. It is a mix of both. I'd say part of the detriment comes from foreign, because human trafficking and cybersecurity attacks are often from foreign perpetrators, but it can happen domestically. I'd say the majority foreign influence. And again, that's not to say it can't happen domestically, like with January 6th.
Thank you. All right, we now have first of all, I'd like to give a huge round of applause for these two students. This is incredibly difficult information. It required a lot of extra practice, extra time. While the judges take their 4 minutes to deliberate, I will speak a little bit more about this program. It took a nation to put this together. It wasn't just our team at George Washington University. We needed dedicated individuals and dedicated coaches and dedicated students from schools all over the country to do this. And so I just want to give another huge thank you to Stephen Fitzpatrick and to Andrew, who is, where are you, Andrew? There, who coached these two incredible students, and to these incredible students who put this together. One of the main objectives of our program is to combat radicalization, hate speech, and misinformation online. And so the way that we went about doing that was not only working with talented, incredibly experienced educators who coach debate, but also making sure that students had a rubric that would let them know what they would be graded on. And a lot of our rubric has to do not only with critical thinking and critical analysis and learning how to identify a reliable source versus propaganda, which has become a huge part of misinformation online. It was also learning to decipher which policies would be best going forward for all Americans, not just Americans on one part of the political divide, but for all Americans. And I truly feel like this debate truly encapsulated not only a lot of the issues that our young people are facing nowadays and everybody are facing nowadays, but also incredible ways to tackle that. I think I heard amazing arguments from both sides about how social media can act in benefit of national security interests and how social media can be detrimental to US national security interests. But I'll just add one final part, that a lot of this information is incredibly difficult, and a lot of the adults I know could not put something like this together, right? So a huge round of applause for these two educators, not only for embodying the spirit of our project in such an eloquent, beautiful way, but also for Paige flew all the way here from California and Vivek came all the way here from New York, for coming all the way here to do this, to sit in front of everyone and to showcase the work that they've done. So thank you both so much. We could not have done this without you. And you are the first debaters to do our national competition, so you will serve as an example for everyone else. Judges, are you ready, or do you need a few more minutes to discuss? You ready? Okay. Who would like to give the decision?
First of all, I'd like to thank both my personal thanks as well as the judges' thanks for outstanding presentations, outstanding rhetoric, and really a pleasure to listen to and tough to decide. In the end, we decided that Vivek won the debate. Like I said, although both arguments were certainly strong, an ongoing debate in our country, and thank you both for bringing them forward. Thank you. Congratulations.
I will ask the debaters to please stay on stage because we are going to give awards.
Okay. I'm going to announce if we get $1,000. Should I do second place first or first place first? I think so.
Second place person. I think I'm more nervous than the debaters. Fabulous job. I know it was really hard for the judges to come up with their decision, but you both did great. And not to be cliche-ish, but you both really did win. You give us so much hope for the future. The first place winner not only gets a lovely certificate, but also $1,000. And the second place winner gets also a lovely certificate and $500. And so we're going to announce the second place winner first. And so with that, second place goes to Paige Harris. Big round of applause.
I'll get one with
Just Paige? Okay.
And then I'll get.
Why am I holding it? You should be holding it. It's your award. Congratulations. Well done. And therefore, first place to Vivek. Congratulations. You get first with you and then with your picture.
Oh, of course. You want to be here.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Another big round of applause. Group photo. Coaches? And thank you for the audience for sticking with us. I hope you enjoyed it and found it very helpful. And hopefully some of you will join us someday. We all agree.
Yeah, everybody in.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to Bill.
Okay.
Yeah, I tightened up a little bit.
I can take a knee. Good at that.
Yeah, I'll do this squat.
Okay, slide the legs a little bit. And then.
Thank you all so much. That concludes our lunchtime special event. We will be starting our collegiate competition at 1 o'clock on the dot. So please take the next 5 minutes if you need it and be back and ready to go at 1 p.m.
Okay, we need to clear it as soon as possible.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. All right. I know it's a full day, but we've got so much more exciting content for you. So buckle up. Welcome back. This is the Invent2Prevent collegiate competition. My name is Brett Steele. I am president of Eradicate Hate. And on behalf of my partners at Adventure Partners, Credence Management Solutions, and on behalf of the generous sponsor for this event, the DHS Center for Prevention Programs and Partnerships, we welcome you to Invent2Prevent. We are so excited to see everything the students have to share with us this afternoon. Before we get started, I want to introduce Farouz Saad. She is the Assistant Secretary for the Office of Partnership and Engagement at the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, and she will provide welcoming remarks to kick us off this afternoon. Farouz, please.
Good afternoon. Great. Well, thank you so much for the introduction and thank you for the invitation to speak. One of my favorite things to do is come and speak to somewhat of a room of young people. I think there's a mixed bag here, but nevertheless, I see you all. I'll be really quick. I just thought I would start off by talking a little bit about my journey kind of into public service and working in these spaces and hopefully how that applies to the work that you all are doing. But first, again, thank you to Invent2Prevent for putting this together, for inviting me, for the partners, Credence, Adventure Partners, and the Eradicate Hate Global Summit, and of course to our judges, who ultimately are the ones that will have the final say in today's event. Again, my name is Farouz Saad, and I'm going to date myself for a second. My journey really kind of starts when I was a freshman in college, like many of you. I was a freshman on September 11. And this was really the beginning of my college career, but really kind of is what set me on my pathway going forward. Because what happened that day, in addition to kind of really understanding the state of the country and our homeland security and the vulnerabilities that we all faced, that was the first time that I, as an Arab American and Muslim, learned and understood kind of what it means to be of those identities in this country. Because my parents, I was away at school, living on campus, kind of picked me up from campus and took me home, specifically because they were worried about my safety and whether or not there would be anti-Arab or anti-Muslim backlash, and I could be the target or victim of violence myself. And so for me, this was really quite a pivotal point in my life, because it was my first time realizing and even understanding that this was a stereotype of my community, and that even more so that somehow myself, could somehow become a target or a victim simply because of my nationality or simply because of my religion. And so it really, and maybe a little bit, I say naively at the time, kind of set me on a path and kind of thinking about that. The reason that this must be the case, and there is this stereotypes and there are these profiling, is because there's a lack of education. And so myself, I am the best suited, as a member of these communities, to educate others, to bring people to the table, but then also to have a seat at the table myself. And so that really kind of set me on my journey to public service, first starting on college campus. So I got involved in community organizations, student-based organizations, everything from the Arab Student Association, the Muslim Student Association, to student government, and every way I could to really kind of let my campus be a place where I could learn to organize and learn to bring people together. And most importantly, educate and, try and use the space that campuses and universities foster to really kind of create a better system, better institutions, and, ultimately a better America. And that's what I think is so amazing about the Invent2Prevent program and what you all are doing here is that you're really leveraging the spaces that you're in to really figure out kind of how you can harness your power, harness your organizing power, harness the resources that you have as college students and community members to improve your communities, which ultimately improves our security and improves our country. So I really wish that stuff like this had existed when I was a student, because oftentimes I felt alone. Oftentimes I felt like I didn't know what the pathway was to get into these roles and to get into public service. And even though now looking backwards and finding myself in the space that I'm in, I oftentimes I did it blindly. And so I think that you all kind of being here and choosing to engage and choosing to really take advantage of a program like CB3 and Invent2Prevent that was created kind of because there was a void in all of that and created for you all to play and participate in your communities as efficiently and effectively as possible is really special. And I think there's no moment like now to truly take advantage of that. And so I'm really excited to be here. I'm excited to hear about all your presentation and good luck to all of you. So thank you again for having me.
What is Invent2Prevent? Those of you in the room who are here this morning, this may be a little bit of repetition for you, but for our audience online tuning in for the collegiate competition for the first time, Invent2Prevent is an experiential learning program. Teams of students at the high school level for this morning, at the collegiate level for this afternoon, teams of students take a single semester, be that 10 weeks, 12 weeks, 15 weeks, a single semester to design, implement, and measure the impact of a campaign, product, or tool to prevent targeted violence or terrorism within their community and as broad as they want to go. Our teams come up with incredible innovations in that short period. We only give them $2,000 to implement. All right, so as you're watching what they've come up with this afternoon, recognize they're doing all of this in one semester with just $2,000. And oftentimes they need to start with researching the problem, understanding their community needs, all the way up to design, implementation, and measurement. So I want to start by introducing the 5 people with the hardest job in the room this afternoon. They're 5 friends. I do not envy you in this position. I've done it myself. I know how hard it is. But they are our judges. So first, I want to introduce Nate Snyder. Nate is the Chief of Staff of the Office of Partnership and Engagement at the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. And Nate was one of the original architects of prevention work for the federal government. We've been doing this a long time. So thank you for being here, Nate. Next, I want to introduce Jennifer Atala. Jennifer is currently the Senior Policy Advisor for the Office of Civil Rights and Civil Liberties at the Department of Homeland Security. But breaking news, on Monday, she will become the Senior Director for Artificial Intelligence at the Office of Partnerships and Engagement, also at DHS. So she'll be moving over to Nate's office to be a colleague there. Next up, someone else who has worked in this field alongside us for many, many years, Oliver Wilcox, is the Strategy Chief for Peace and Security Partnerships and Initiatives at the U.S. Department of State. Thank you for being here, Oliver. Next up, we have Jennifer Middlebrooks. Jennifer is the Deputy Director for Policy Partnerships and Communication at the Division of Violence Prevention at the Center for Disease Control. So when we talk about the public health approach to violence prevention, that was developed at the Center for Disease Control, the CDC. Thank you for being here, Jennifer. And last but certainly not least, one of the architects for the program you saw over lunch, Talk With Me, Debate to Deflate Hate, is Eddie Alinsky. Eddie was a former Invent2Prevent student. We always love to have former students on the judging panel because they personally know what all of these students have put in to get to this stage. So without further ado, oh yes, please thank our judges for being here. Without further ado, I want to welcome our first team to this stage. This is the University of Maryland Info Oasis.
All righty. Good afternoon, Invent2Prevent. I hope you all are doing well. Welcome to a mini version of our arcade game, Bot or Not. Do you think you can discern AI from reality? Let's see. The rules of this mini game are keep your hand raised high if you think the image is AI generated. If you think it's human created, keep it down. All right, question 1. Okay, do you think it's AI generated? Hands up if you think it is. Alrighty, it looks like the majority of you think it's human created. However, this one is AI generated. Question 2. Keep your hand raised high if you think it's AI. Alrighty, the majority of you are saying AI, but this one is human generated. That is just a preview of what's to come and what we've been working on. I'm Zoe Cross.
I'm Stephanie Mina Gonzalez.
I'm Ashton Labarda.
I'm Kevin John.
I'm Ted Hirsch.
And we are Info Oasis. In a world filled with information, it can be easy to get lost in the digital desert filled with media mirages and overwhelmed by constant heat waves of news. So we present to you Info Oasis, your guide to navigating the noise. For the weary consumer trying to make sense of the chaos, Info Oasis is a safe space or an oasis in this digital desert. At Info Oasis, we'll teach you how to observe, analyze, scrutinize, inquire, and synthesize about the information you find online. Our toolkit consists of unique modules and projects and mini games that our users can use to enhance critical thinking education that are fun, reliable, modern, interactive, and engaging. Because of this, our target audience is college-aged underclassmen and freshmen. College underclassmen have been notorious for having issues with critical thinking skills. Because of this makes them incredibly vulnerable to online extremism and other confusing information. Because of this, the goals of our project are first, to help users recognize tools such as artificial intelligence, altered images, deepfakes, propaganda, and extremist narratives online. Our second goal is education. By educating as many users as possible, we hope to also evaluate their education and how effective our program is through surveys administered before and after interaction with our website. Our third goal for this project is engagement, which we've achieved so far by interacting with students at an individual level through outreach events at our university. Our fourth goal for this project is our online presence and brand awareness. By raising awareness for critical media thinking on social media platforms such as TikTok and Instagram, we are able to generate more audience and provide a modern light on critical thinking education to target our audience.
With that being said, our primary target audience is college underclassmen. College underclassmen face a unique challenge in which they go from one media bubble at home to an entirely new one at college. This can be increasingly difficult to navigate, especially without proper digital literacy training. Meet Tom. Tom is a 19-year-old communications major at the University of Maryland. Tom has been really active on the internet and has recently come across videos on Instagram and X about conflicts in other parts of the world. Confused by these conflicting comments, Tom realizes the complexity of media consumption and wishes to enhance his ability to navigate online narratives. As a busy college student, Tom needs a mobile-friendly solution that fits into his schedule. He also enjoys engaging social media posts and fun interactive games. Our toolkit allows for Tom and others like him the ability to learn digital literacy in a fun, interactive way. Through our program, Tom can learn how to decipher fact from fiction from the media he consumes online. But InfoOasis isn't just for college students. Our platform is accessible and useful to a wide range of audiences. These include teachers, parents, and everyone.
Our content, including our website, toolkits, and resource hub, help to educate these audiences through the use of over 85 different sources, all of which today have helped us unveil an ugly truth. Despite spending so much time on social media, many college students are unable to discern what's reliable and accurate online. We found significant gaps in the education of critical thinking, AI awareness, and the reliability of social media platforms. So let's talk facts. Only 18 out of 50 states in the US have some legislative solution to educate their students on what it means to think critically while surfing the web. InfoOasis helps to fill this gap by providing a baseline level of knowledge on what's needed to make these informed decisions and opinions. Now you may be asking, why does this matter? We found that research significantly underscores the critical need for enhancing resilience and guarding against radicalization in everyday life. Online deception, such as misleading information or extremist narratives, provoke emotions like anxiety and anger, all of which can escalate negative online interactions. Additionally, college-age students spend more time online than any other age group. For such a large population that's chronically online, only 20% of students aged 16 to 24 are able to decipher what's true versus what's false on their social media. Young people are increasingly vulnerable to persuasive rhetoric and online radicalization. So we designed InfoOasis to be an interactive tool that gamifies the prevention of terrorism and targeted violence, because we found that students who engage in interactive learning tools have a significantly higher retention rate compared to those who don't.
InfoOasis uses 8 interactive tactics. That includes our website, interviews, mini games and arcade, social media, outreach, marketing and promotion, and a fleshed out sustainability plan.
So our website is the cornerstone to our project. It consists of educational sections and courses such as image and media alteration, false media and propaganda, and our skills and section toolkit. Each of these toolkit provides important information, and it also provides practical advice for users to be able to get the proper knowledge, as well as to build their digital skills such as fact-checking, bias identification, and safe online practices. All of our toolkits are built using co-assemble, which is a really unique feature which allows for fun and interactive learning. We have pulled a few examples from our skills and media toolkit. So one feature that I'd like to highlight is the quiz feature, which allows users to be able to test what information they're able to see and what knowledge they're able to retain. On our website, along with the toolkits, we also have our mini games and arcade games. So how many of you guys are familiar with the New York Times mini games, such as Wordle and Connections? Yeah, I see a lot of hands in the rooms. We all know how fun they can be, right? So taking that as inspiration, we have built our own mini games with very similar concept statements. And our games are called Media Mind Meld and Word on the Street. So along with these mini games, we also built arcade games from scratch. The first game is Butternut, which you all played at the beginning of the presentation. So it tests users on the ability to decide whether an image is AI generated or not. The second game is Whack-A-Wrong. So this is a parody of the game Whack-A-Mole. And here the user has to click on the moles that display negative words in our toolkit and avoid the words with positive and neutral words. And the third game is Truth Tracker. So this is the game that we're the most proud of, and this is the game that got a lot of popularity amongst our users. And here there are 4 levels, and in the first 3 levels, users will be tasked with going through a lot of different online media content and seeing what is true and false. And in the fourth level is the most fun level, where they'll be dealing with different characters, their characteristics and personalities, and they'll be seeing what makes them not vigilant online and how we can learn from them. So along with our toolkits and our games, we also have our weekly newsletters, and these are found on the home page. And here we have, these newsletters are written and designed to keep our users up to date on global events. And we also have a feature on our homepage that lets our users interact with us. So there they can submit any tickets, any articles of online media content that they want us to review, anything that they feel may be having anything in deception, and they just want some clarity, we'll be able to engage with them on that. Our social media teams are very active on social media platforms such as Instagram and TikTok. They follow popular trends to make sure they engage with our followers by giving giveaways, and they also make very interactive content that engages with them. Following our interviews with UMD students, we found that there is a 42% increase in digital skills and critical thinking skills after going through all of our toolkits. We also found that our most popular toolkit was the AI and deepfake toolkit. We found that this was the most interesting and most helpful toolkit that our users said. We also found out that the most popular games were True Tracker and Bot or Not. In terms of outreach, we presented Info Oasis to UMD classrooms in front of students and faculty. We also hosted our community event on campus outside the most popular spot on campus, which is the McKeldin Library. In combination, we interacted with over 200 students. And in the AI I Spy, we were able to host a modified version of Bot or Not, where we engage with passerbys by talking about AI and raising AI awareness. And we were asking them to determine which image was AI generated or not. In terms of partnerships, we were engaged with several partnerships, educational nonprofit organizations, and we also have a really strong relationship with START through the University of Maryland. And looking forward, we have plans to develop our app, and here we have two unique features, which is the event calendar and our group discussion. So this would really foster a community and be able to have our members meet one another, talk about ideas, and discuss things in a very safe space. We're also working on creating guides for our professors and parents to engage with online radicalization. And lastly, with more funding, we'll be looking to expand our toolkits, enhance our features, and continue on our mission.
Looking over now about some of our metrics, take a look here at our survey. This is a few examples from our pre and post survey questions. I want you to take specific note of the 0 through 10 or 1 through 10 scale there of people's ability they feel to feel safe online or feel the ability to distinguish content. Also take note of our images there, AI generated similar to the Bot or Not. And as you'll see from here, we got some very interesting results. On our survey AI image test, we saw a jump from people who were able to guess all 4 images. We did 4 on each survey. All people who were able to guess all 4 correctly jumped from 8.33% up to 41.18%, which is a 132% increase overall. We also saw a 3-point increase in their confidence online in navigating the internet. Looking now at our socials a bit more, specifically, we want to highlight with our website and our socials that we reached over 17,000 accounts on Instagram, and we had over 60,000 impressions in general. Moving on to scalability and sustainability. Sustainability-wise, our site is extremely cost-effective and easy to maintain as it's run through an online website maintenance thing. We also have a minimal environmental impact due to our nature of being an online resource. Popularity and effectiveness-wise, we have 371 site sessions from over 183 unique users, averaging about 6 minutes and 56 seconds on the site, which is enough time to play one of our games or get through one of the toolkits. Accessibility-wise, we're aiming to continue to keep it accessible to anyone with access to the internet. We want to talk about that mobile app again, but we also want to translate the site into multiple languages so we can reach more American communities. Spanish and French is what we're looking at, as well as make the overall site Section 508 compliant. Looking a little bit more towards the future at the moment, we want to continue to develop relationships with other CVE organizations, as well as try and develop relationships with local organizations, local schools, so that we can get Info Oasis into the classroom or get it past firewalls that a lot of schools put up. So kids can use these kinds of things as games or view it as games and teach themselves in that manner. Expansion and future plan-wise, we want to continue to add more toolkits, more games, focus on more skills to stay safe on the internet, as well as continue to develop our team departmentalize a bit more so we can focus and continue to increase the quality of our content.
In conclusion, it's clear that critical thinking skills are the key to navigating the digital deserts of today's world. InfoOasis is not just a project, it's a mission to empower students like Tom, his friends, his family, his teachers, his peers, to discern fact from fiction online. With your support, we are able to grow our toolkits and educate an even wider audience about critical thinking skills. Let us be your oasis and help you navigate the noise of today's online world. Today, join InfoOasis. Let's turn LOL into learning online literacy. Thank you for your time and support to this cause.
Thank you, InfoOasis. It's your turn. And just a reminder, we're going to go one question at a time so everyone gets a chance to ask a question. I'm starting the timer now. You get 10 minutes for questions.
Fantastic presentation. Very good. I just have a quick question about the that submission form that you guys have. So who are the primary reviewers of the content in your modules to ensure that you're using reliable sources? And if, say, I submitted a website that could be claimed misinformation, who of you is reviewing that? Or do you have a partnership with someone to ensure that's a reputable source?
So all of our content kind of comes from us as a team, and we all have diverse perspectives. So we really collaborate. We bring different viewpoints in. We use reliable sources that are facts online. So an example of this is someone sent in an ABC source, but it wasn't actually ABC. So we were able to get back to them that it wasn't the actual abc.com. It was like abc.co, and educate them through that.
Great presentation. I loved your energy. I felt like I was on an episode of Shark Tank. So that was great. So I noticed one of your slides talked about there's legislation in 18 of 50 states. And I'm sorry, I can't remember if Maryland was one that had that. But I was wondering, in terms of your long-term goals and objectives, are you thinking anything about the policy arena and, you know, trying to have some of that broader societal level impact?
Yeah, we plan to, like we said, engage with a lot more partnership talks. And one of those goals is to expand these legislative solutions and provide states that don't already have these legislative solutions on the importance of why they do need to have it. Because the states that do have it, there's, like I said, people that are a lot more educated on why they need to know this. So engaging in these partnership talks, it's our goal to hopefully educate the policymakers on why this is such an important topic.
Yeah, again, thanks for the presentation. It was really clear, really comprehensive. So my question is regarding your audience and the perhaps presumed or to some extent tested age appropriateness of the games that you have developed and deployed. So college students, even high school students, right, often play much more compelling or sophisticated graphic games at home. What kind of feedback did you get from your peers on the quality of the graphics and the games that you developed? And do you think it's compelling enough to pursue some of your plans to, scale up or to replicate? Thanks.
So kind of what I've heard from all of my friends is that they love the games because while we're college kids, we grew up in an age where playing cool math games online was what we all did during class. So this is not only nostalgic, but it's something that makes education almost simplistic in a way that you can enjoy it and not have to think so much. Whereas, the first person games most people play online. This way it's a little bit easier and it's something you could play while you're sitting there, sitting in class, stuff like that.
So as someone who grew up in the 80s, I'm really loving the graphics.
Thank you.
And thank you again for your presentation. That was fantastic. I would love to know what technical skills you're infusing into these exercises, because some of the results could simply be because of the way that the game was structured. So for example, in the initial opening, it was very clear that your second picture was going to be a real picture from the way it was framed, right? So how do you make sure that they're learning the technical content? So when they're, looking at images from a current conflict zone, for example, or mis or disinformation about an election and what's happening with deepfakes, et cetera, that they're going to be able to distinguish that in real time as opposed to something that might be more accessible, like a picture of a mountain range or something else.
Yeah, so with that, our AI media literacy toolkit also allows them to go into the ways that the images are altered. So a lot of the times with AI images, we notice that some things may be off, some things look blurred. So our toolkits allow for the user to delve into that and learn how to recognize it. We also have built-in quizzes inside the toolkit as well to kind of test their knowledge too. So that is the way that we aim to go ahead and teach them how to recognize what is AI generated and what's not. Sorry.
Again, really good presentation. You all touched on it towards the first half of the presentation in regards to mental health. So in your expansion and looking at scalability, is there going to be more emphasis on student mental health and how that ties into social media use, exposure, and various other things as far as, you're talking about mis and disinformation?
I think absolutely, kind of working with students that we know and getting that mental health perspective to have that firsthand experience and tying it into different toolkits. Like we discussed, we want to add more toolkits that are more fleshed out. So we'd love to do topics about how to stay off of social media sometimes, how to realize what's real and what's fake in terms of Photoshop, which is often a huge mental health issue. So not just focusing on AI, but also in terms of mental health issues would be great.
Yes.
Eddie, come on. So looking at some of your long-range plans, some of the research that CDC has done, we know youth culture moves very quickly. Yep. You can develop something and 6 months later it's outdated. And obviously AI moves very quickly. So, in addition to developing new content, what plans do you have for, making sure that this constantly resonates with your audience?
Looking into the future, trying to make it constantly resonate a bit more. We want to go and bring more people in, as mentioned before, constantly have a fresh view of like what everyone's doing, all that kind of stuff. And as mentioned previously, a lot of us grew up on this cool math games. I've seen people play it in elementary schools and middle schools still. They've managed to withstand the test of time. I'd love to get one of their ears sometime and see how they keep people bringing back and be able to find a way to do that with continuing content on our stuff.
So a question on sustainability. You guys obviously have a lot of very concrete, let's say, ideas or options for sustainability, but I want to press you a little bit more on that. And which of the sustainability options that you currently have do you think is the most feasible and why?
So I'd say the app that we're trying to build would be the most feasible just because we just need internet for that. And a lot of what we have already can be accessed by anyone in the world with internet. We'll also be making sure that we do constant interviews with the people who are using our apps to continue in that mission to make sure that whatever we're putting out is being used by the people and what we can do better to help them.
So I'm curious, and I know you haven't had a ton of time to pilot this yet, but I'm curious how you're thinking through that balance between a user of these tools learning something and being able to apply that learning in their real world environment versus becoming so overwhelmed and almost demoralized that they're just like, I just can't interact. I won't trust anything ever again, right? Like, because there's a line at which we then have people completely disengaging or just not trusting anything that is also very problematic. I'm curious if you've thought that through or if you've seen that in some of your pilot work.
That's something interesting we really haven't talked about fully, but I think a lot of it can play into kind of the nature of all the stuff we have. You know, the website's got personality. It looks very unique. It's very bright and not like kind of dark and, you know, kind of scary looking in that sense. In that manner, I apologize. Can you repeat? You were asking about the...
So how do you, have you seen or how do you manage for a user potentially becoming overwhelmed and demoralized and then just completely not trusting anything, which could have its own set of negative consequences?
Some of the other stuff we do is actually talk about a lot of the positives that can result of this as well. Our newsletters contain good chunks of sections that are just like, hey, look, they made a dog translator AI, or like there's a wine for some of you older people that, I apologize. I'm in that realm now too. But there's a wine you can taste test and add, they're doing flavors and stuff too. I have a feeling I might be saying too much at this point. So
All right. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for questions. Thank you.
Sorry.
Fantastic job, University of Maryland and Invent2Prevent. So as the next team gets mic'd up, I'm going to give us a little bit more background on how the competition works. Okay, I told you they have one semester and only $2,000 to get here. You're seeing 3 teams out of 23 teams that were competing nationally to get here. So 23 teams across the country at the collegiate level, even more at the high school level this morning, competed. And the top 3 teams are going to be on the stage, but there's so many more, hopefully watching online, that also produce incredible products and tools to prevent targeted violence and terrorism. So I want to recognize all of the teams that played a role in getting here today. Now, what does today look like? You already saw one example, right? So short 15-minute presentation, 10 minutes of questions from the judges. Up next, we're going to have our next team, which is Missouri State University, the Crane Project. They will also get 15 minutes to present, 10 minutes of questions from the judges, and then we'll have our third team. At the end of those 3 teams, the judges have the unenviable task of deciding first, second, and third among these amazing projects. But the reality is everyone wins just by being here. I was asking students at our dinner last night, what's the best part? They're like, just being here is the best part. So everyone wins. Please join us. Missouri State University, the Crane Project.
Okay, hello everyone. Thank you so much for being here with us today. My name is Maddie.
I'm Jacob. I'm Steven.
And I'm Macy. And we are the Missouri State Advertising team. Now, before we get started today, let's take a moment to do a breathing exercise, okay? So I would like everyone to please close your eyes, and we are going to take 3 seconds to breathe in, hold, and breathe out. And I'll count for us twice, okay? Breathe in, 1, 2, 3, hold, 1, 2, 3, out, 1, 2, 3, in, 1, 2, 3, hold, 1, 2, 3, out, 1, 2, 3. You may open your eyes. Thank you guys for participating in that little game of ours, okay? But the thing is, most people don't always take that second to actually go through a practice like that. We're living in a very fast-paced world, and sometimes it's very important to learn how to slow down. Our team realized that that's something not a lot of people know how to do. And so we taught mindfulness practices and breathing exercises like the ones we just did ourselves to students aged 4th through 8th grade with our project, the Crane Project.
So what is the Crane Project?
CRANE stands for Creating Resilient Atmospheres Through Natural Exercise. What we did was we created a tool. This tool consisted of a gated website that created content videos, including yoga and martial arts as well. The teachers will then implement that in their schools to kind of help release their anger and the stress of the students in a nice, healthier way. Moving on to our project goals. We want to provide an outlet to connection. Also, I think all of us have been preteens before. We get a little stressed, we get angry, we get nervous. We want to help them express their thoughts in a nicer way, because sometimes it could end up being a little bit more violent. That could lead to bullying or self-isolation. Next, we want to educate. Not only do we want to educate the students, but we want to educate the teachers as well. This way, because we want the teachers to implement it in the right way possible and also learn about the mental health of their students.
Our primary target audience are 4th through 8th grade students. Students at this age are very susceptible to issues of social isolation and are crafting the necessary coping mechanisms that they will use for the rest of their life. If we get students comfortable interfacing with these complex emotions to the means of physical education, something that which they're already comfortable with and enjoy, I think we get them to gain insights and build better relationships, not only with their peers, but with themselves as well. Let's take a look at Lily. Lily is a 5th grade student from Springfield, Missouri. She struggles with general anxiety and depression, which are huge risk factors that we see with people who struggle with social isolation. Despite this, though, she has a strong supporting cast around her, whether it's her teachers or the peers she does extracurriculars with, which are strong preventative factors that we like to see. Students, for whatever reason, feel uncomfortable expressing their emotions to someone they trust. Whether it's because they feel uneasy or don't know that they're struggling with these issues, we think that the CRANE project or the CRANE project would be a good outlet for students to express themselves and get out these negative emotions. For our secondary target audience, we focus on the teachers and instructors due to the nature of the relationship and at the access that they have with our primary audience. We knew that if this didn't appeal or make sense to them, we'd have a much harder time reaching our primary target audience. Michael here is a 29-year-old middle school teacher from Westfield Middle School, where he's been teaching now for 3 years. He does not believe in the rigid one-size-fits-all mentality when it comes to education and socialization. But more importantly, he's deeply concerned with the future generation's ability to cope with negative and unwanted emotions in a healthy and nonviolent way. With the increase in mental health awareness going around the country today, teachers are looking for answers to these problems. We think our tool will be a great answer to this because of the way it blends physical activity with mindful movements.
Now we're going into our preliminary research. One thing we really wanted to focus on was looking at students who have been affected with yoga and martial arts compared to students who have not even had that access before. Looking at research, we found out that 73.2% had been victimized just by their peers. Also, we found out that 33.9% have been affected by bullying. We, as the CRANE Project, want to reduce these numbers and help them just be more calmer and not take it out on other people. Now, when looking at students who have been affected by yoga and martial arts, we found out that there's a 20% increase in their confidence levels, which helps their mental health, their not to be less angry, and everything along those lines.
When we were coming up with the name for the project, we really wanted to focus on the simple idea that we were trying to create a resilient atmosphere for these students to avoid radicalization in their classrooms. We really wanted to focus on the branding specifically. We wanted to focus on 2 other simple ideas as well, where we wanted the colors to be very soothing to the children and to the classroom as a whole. And we wanted the design to look like it fit into the classroom that it's a part of. We chose Origami Crane as our design because simply origami is already something they use to calm students down in classrooms. Continue on to the website. We really wanted to make a place where parents and teachers could learn about our project. On the screen right now, this is the public section of the website where all the information is held, and you can just go learn about it yourself if you'd like. Continuing on, I want to give an example of how it'd be if you were a teacher actually involved in the project. If we invited you to the project, we would give you a password that you would be able to sign in with, and it would take you to this page on the right here between yoga and MMA. If you, from here, I want to just assume that you selected yoga and continue on to the next page. On the yoga page at the top, there's a lot of descriptions of how this will help you in your classroom. At the bottom, you'll have access to the catalog of all our videos. Continue on. If you click on any of the videos, you'll be taken to this page with a YouTube embed link, and it will let you watch the video with your classroom there.
A very important aspect as part of the Crane project was creating our own content videos. We specifically wanted to do this for a few reasons. One, we wanted our videos to be specifically designed for our target audience, students aged 10 to 14. We also wanted our videos to be done with the correct time aspect in mind. Teachers don't always have a considerable amount of free time to put up in their day. However, if we kept videos short, 5 to 15 minutes, they could choose between what works best for them at that time. We also needed to make sure that our videos could be performed for the classroom space. Not only do teachers sometimes have limited space for their students, but also all of our videos and content can be done by a student sitting at their desk. We were able to partner with Susan Mathis as our yoga partner, who is certified by Yoga Alliance as a children's yoga instructor, as well as Branson Karate for our MMA content videos. Alongside of that, we also got to partner with Dr. Allison Roffers, VP of Counseling Services at Springfield School District Counseling Center. She was able to get us in contact through email with all principals and counselors in the Springfield School District. One of the most exciting aspects about the Crane project was classroom implementation. When we started advertising our pilot program, we ended up with 10 different interested classrooms. By the end, we continued on with 2 fourth grade classrooms from the Wentzville School District. Both of these classrooms were asked to watch 3 content videos for a 3-week period and fill out pre-surveys, post-surveys, and weekly surveys, which Macy will continue to talk about now.
So this is going to be an example of a survey like header that we made. With this, we decided we are going to make a pre-survey for the teachers just to kind of get the feel of how the students are acting already and to know like if our Crane project can actually make a difference in the end. Moving on, we have some of the surveys that we created right here. This is like, do you believe any of your students would benefit from this mindful practice? So these are some of the questions that we ask in all the surveys, but this is like a good one that we did in our pre-survey. Then as we move on into our weekly surveys, we kind of just like ask questions on, is this improving? Like, how are they acting? What are some benefits that you've noticed through it? Then with our post surveys, we want to know what was the impact? Was there an impact and how was it? And here are some other questions that we asked as well.
Overall, the Crane project was wildly successful in the goals we set out to accomplish. We created 22 different content videos between yoga and MMA disciplines that were 5 to 15 minutes long, as well as had 10 interested classrooms.
Now moving on with our outreach, we use social media. We were targeting more towards our secondary audience with this because we're not gonna make content for 4th through 8th graders. Now some at these days might have social media, but we really wanna target the impacts that they have in their lives, and that's gonna be their teachers and their parents. We made 3 main posts. For the first one, it's gonna be our teachers/parents page. We're gonna be posting about the martial arts and the yoga content. So with these 4 things, we decided for the teachers, these are some things that they can help in their classrooms while just sitting at their desk and just taking a moment to implement the martial arts. Next, we have our pose of the week. With this one right here, we have our seated side bend. Now we included a description of the pose and types in your bodies that like it helps, like could be your back, your arms. Then next we have our research post. We have done extensive research for the past 6 months, and we feel like the research is mainly important for the teachers and the parents to know that this stuff is important for their students and their kids. And with this example right here, it's what is mindfulness? We just want them to know what it is. Like it sounds so simple, but like sometimes you just need to read it in front of you. Now looking at our numbers here, like I said before, we use Facebook and Instagram the most.
We had 38 posts in total with 5,310 views and a total of 8,391 impressions. And that's including our paid and unpaid posts.
Teachers need and want projects like the Crane projects for their classrooms. When we did our pre-surveys, we found that 96% of teachers agreed that and wanted students to be taught mindfulness within their classrooms. When we continued on with our pre-surveys and asked interested teachers why they wanted to participate in the Crane project, they said things about needing any sort of new idea to help their students be better people. They said it is very hard to get their students to calm down at times, and they also believed in the Crane project and our goals, thinking that it would help their students be better students. And what we can say in confidence is that it did. If you take a look at the screen, you will see our results from our pre-survey to our post-survey. We went from 75% to 25% in verbal fighting within the classroom. We also saw lowered rates in lack of emotional regulation within students and significantly lower rates in lack of confidence within students. We also, teachers found decreased numbers in anger issues from 30% and increased positive outlook, increasing by 20%. One of our favorite statistics that the Crane Project did as well is when doing our pre-surveys, we found that classrooms noted 80% had physical fights or altercations within their classroom. However, when we went through the 3-week process of our pilot program, none of the classes that participated in the program had any instances of physical fights or altercations within their classrooms.
The scalability of our project was something that was considered throughout the entirety of its development. We needed something that could address our target audience's needs in a constantly changing environment. When we look at the future cost impact, we think it'll be minimal just because of the nature of it being an online web-based platform. For content, we were really happy what we were able to accomplish this previous semester, but we wanted more. We want to also introduce written content as well to address our target audience's different learning styles. For partners, we are actively recruiting for the upcoming semester, but have been in contact with a nonprofit organization, One World Strong. And for expansion, we will continue to promote our tool through social media efforts, as well as contact teachers, principals, and superintendents in hopes that they bring in their tool into their classrooms.
We are very excited to have had this opportunity to present the Crane Project to you today and hope that you found it as beneficial as we know we have. With that, thank you and namaste.
All right, thank you, Missouri State University and the Crane Project. Judges, you have 10 minutes for questions. And again, a reminder, we're going to do one question at a time just to make sure everyone gets time. Go ahead and start.
Yes, I'll start. Really good presentation. You kind of touched on it, but can you expand a little bit more on your research that indicated like 4th to 8th grade students were, you know, the right target audience for this, and the assumption that mindfulness and mental wellness was a preventive factor for potential future, you know, violence or hate?
Yeah. So students at this age they're like sponges. They gather information at a great rate. And we know that right now they're building social and emotional skills. We think if we could get it right now early and build a good foundation, they'll be able to build upon that and create better emotional lives for themselves in the future.
Thank you all so much. I really appreciate the box breathing exercise at the beginning. I'm a lapsed yoga teacher, so I understand a lot of what you've been sharing, and it makes me feel like I need this for myself. I wanted to know if you've already thought through how you can operate within the competition in the market that you have already. So I'm thinking about, you know, larger companies like Headspace and Calm, who've started to push out a lot of child-oriented content. I'm not as familiar with if they're reaching to teachers or classrooms, but I'm curious how you see yourself positioning within this marketplace, and relatedly how you would scale in terms of representation.
So our project is built as a preventative measure in mind. With that being said, when we created our content videos, like we commented before, it is built for the classroom spaces, which many yoga and MMA videos aren't going to be. They're going to take lots of room, need mats, need all these materials that teachers cannot have. Doing this specifically in a classroom setting also allows students to benefit from it who might be potentially more at risk and may not even have those beneficial factors or influences at home, which is the benefit of having that access inside a classroom.
Great. So hats off to you for a really thoughtful design and implementation. You've thought of a lot of really important angles there. I want to ask about the, let's say, acceptance of this approach, given some of the stakeholders you have. I'm not surprised that 96% of the teachers want more of this, right? They want more of this material for their kids. But when it gets to school administrators and school district heads and the superintendent and these days boards of education, how are you going to handle, let's say, the sensitivities or the polarization among or in some communities around these kinds of approaches? So, for example, just on the website, just the term, I don't know what it translates into in English, but you used the term, I'm assuming from yoga probably, maybe it's coming from Hindu or Hindi, excuse me, and just, certain parents might see that and might be turned off by it.
So we do understand that premise, and that was something we did talk about when designing the project and when talking with our partners who helped create the content videos. I will say from a personal project standpoint, so far, we did not face backlash, not from students, not from parents, in any form of way when implementing the project so far. We did learn very quickly that we do need to go above like teachers at times, and that's why our partnership with the Springfield Counseling Center was helpful, because we were able to direct it to principals and to the counselors of the school who have that more direct correlation and can help us decide if we were doing it or not correctly. I will say we do plan on moving forward, and there was some instances where we needed or we were trying to reach out to an athletic director because that was the next step for that school system than some of the others. But in relation to the content videos, besides using the term yoga, we do not tend to use any other yoga terms within our videos because of the different issues that can present or come up as almost like a religious factor in some ways, right? That is the one word we use. I did use namaste just in the tense of the presentation, but we were very particular to be easygoing on that. We are teaching the discipline and the mindfulness specific aspects of that discipline more than the practice as a whole.
I wanted to say that your branding is fantastic. The logo, the color palette, it's very soothing. So great job with that. I wanted to hear a little bit more about your outreach to parents and the kind of communication that you had with them, and whether or not you were able to sort of encourage the replication of these strategies at home, and if you made any attempt to gather any data from them as well.
I think going off of parents, we didn't have a lot of research upon that because we're more focused with the teachers, but we did notice the teachers were taking those into consideration, like the poses and stuff, and with the martial arts and the yoga videos, they did tell us like in the research how impactful it was, and like looking at the data behind it. We did see like a noticeable change, and I think a really good change. I think as time comes on, more parents will get to notice that and they'll get to see it because the teachers will be talking about it. So I think as time goes on, it'll get better and better.
Yeah, fantastic presentation. I was really surprised about the measures of effectiveness and how well this program sustained. But emotional regulation did not improve as much as I thought it would have. So why is that? And have you explored or researched ways that we can help address that moving forward?
So I will say one thing to keep in mind with the data that we did find is overall our target audience is 4th to 8th grade students. However, we did stay more for the pilot program purposes in that 4th grade range, because if 4th graders can do it, 8th graders should be able to do it, correct? But being on the younger side of that generation, that's still going to be one of the harder aspects to overcome in a lot of ways. That's also specifically asking about emotional regulation will be harder for teachers to identify specifically. But hopefully moving forward, we will see more aspects there as well.
I was curious if you're thinking more about a whole community approach and taking some of these strategies out to, say, church youth groups, boys and girls clubs, YMCAs, youth serving organizations.
We really, whenever we were coming up with the project, we thought about the after school programs. We thought this would be very good. We just weren't 100% sure how to go about that as well. With the like research that we've done and like with the context and informations and stuff, we really wanted to look at the teachers at the time because those are the ones who are going to be direct with all students. And moving forward, we really want to connect with all of Springfield Public Schools to see if that makes a difference. So start regionally and then hopefully move on to the state as well as nationally. Yeah.
So one quick operational question for you. In the lower grades, like 4 to 6, I assume that your test classrooms were with the homeroom teacher.
Yes.
Okay. And then my next question would be for like the 7th and 8th graders, right? Where the whole format of education changes, right? And they're going from one class to another in a lot of cases. Where does, at that age level, where does in the school day or with which teacher does this particular practice reside? And then my last question is, does this fit into when and where social and emotional learning is taught or it's scheduled as a separate period during the day?
So in a lot of ways, like we did talk about, there were notions that teachers are looking for better opportunities to better their students as a whole. And so specifically, as you said, with the 4th grade teachers or younger teachers, it may be easier because their schedule may align better. They have the full time to operate. However, as a student of a 6th grade teacher, I will say that there are still times in their day for that. They will have hours such as Core Plus or homeroom, or if they just have a lesson that is shorter in that day, they could easily obtain something like this in their classroom as well. Now we might see them consistently doing shorter videos because they do have shorter time spans already. There's also a lot of classrooms with block scheduling in a lot of ways, but we are hoping to have it be done from a teacher perspective with the teachers who are wanting to see those improvements in those students, creating a holistic way of learning in a lot of ways.
That's time. Please join me in thanking Missouri State University and the CREATE project. Thank you all. Thank you. All right. I want to do a show of hands. Raise your hand if you have learned something today, either this morning or this afternoon, that you think you can take back and adopt or adapt. Anything. All right, for those watching online, I would say that's at least 75% of the hands in the room that just went up. I hope your hands were up online as well. So where do we go from here? Past semesters of Invent2Prevent, we've had a year-long sustainment program for the collegiate teams that they can opt into. And my colleague, Rachel Hunkler, will be telling you more about what the sustainment programs are doing during the judging breaks. But for all of the teams watching online, for all of the students watching online who came across this program and didn't make it to Washington, D.C. or want to do more? What does that look like? Well, Bill called out one of our other programs earlier in the day. That's the Prevention Practitioners Network. So I'm going to do a brief commercial. So as I mentioned, I am the president of Eradicate Hate Global Summit. I'm also the chair of the Prevention Practitioners Network. That's a national network of over 1,300 interdisciplinary professionals committed to preventing targeted violence and terrorism using public health approaches. And for anyone who wants to get involved in this work, no matter what level you are, if you are a high school student, we would love to have you. If you're a university student, we would love to have you. If you're an educator, we would love to have you. So no matter where you are in this field, there are ways to learn more, there are ways to get engaged, and there are ways to get support to take your ideas to scale. Follow up for more information. Our next team is ready. Please join me in welcoming Ohio Dominican University, Shelve the Hate.
For a moment, I would like everyone to imagine they are in their high school, college, or community's public library. Now feel that squishy carpet, smell the crisp pages of the books, hear the hum of the computers, the faint clicking of keyboards. Think about all the time you've spent here. Envision the librarians as they work, competently assisting students or patrons. Already, you see their impact and can feel the comfort brought by their knowledgeable presence. You may have asked them for help 1, 2, or many times before. Look around, notice the signage, informing you of the ways that you can help in the fight against targeted gun violence and online extremism. Take note of the times when you can be a part of a discussion about equipping yourself and others to stay safe. Feel the awareness of your surroundings heighten. Settle into that power that comes with preparedness. We come to you as Shelve the Hate, a team dedicated to bringing peace of mind to students, parents, and every American who struggles with the effects and implications of targeted gun violence and online extremism. I'm Bryn Mullet, and I have served as the project manager for our team. We are so excited to share with you all of our hard work. What we've developed over the last 4 months is a dynamic, multifaceted toolkit that provides resources for librarians to play a pivotal role in the fight against targeted gun violence and online extremism. The toolkit is provided via our user-friendly website, constructed not only for accessing toolkit resources, but also for finding easy to understand research. This combination of resources serves as a hub for tools and information that librarians can share with fellow educators, parents, and students. Additionally, the program is tailored for middle school, high school, college, and community public libraries.
SHELVE stands for See, Hear, Evaluate, Learn, Voice, and Empower. We carefully crafted the acronym as an on-brand, easy way to remember to educate, raise awareness, and remind the community of our mission. We want to emphasize the importance of knowing how to recognize and report potential signs of targeted gun violence and the spread of hateful ideologies online. As the first generation of students to grow up with constant access to the internet, we have seen and heard it all. Trust me. We have done the active shooter drills. We've navigated through hallways built for learning that have suddenly morphed into brutal escape routes. We've become desensitized to the endless stories about school shootings, sitting in horror, wondering when our school is going to be next. We have noticed our friends develop strange online behaviors, and oftentimes we're concerned and don't really know how to help. Shelve the Hate ensures to help middle school, high school, and college students to feel safe on their campuses. We have become a pivotal part of the Invent2Prevent movement by safeguarding communities one page at a time.
Now, let's talk measurable objectives. From the very beginning of our campaign, we knew that we wanted to increase audiences' confidence in recognizing risk factors, accrue significant following and engagement with the program in our local community, and spread awareness and understanding of the threats of online extremism and targeted gun violence. As suggested by those objectives, our primary target audience was educators and librarians in middle schools, high schools, colleges, and other communities. Through the influence of librarians and educators, we also aimed to reach parents and students. Our primary target audience comes from diverse backgrounds, ethnicities, age groups, and genders. And some are experienced professionals in the library management and education fields, and others are very new to their careers. All share a distinct passion for literature, community, and engagement.
Now, let's talk a little research. Our program was heavily influenced by both primary and secondary research. Our primary research consisted of in-depth interviews and a pre-implementation survey. Through our various discussions with librarians, it became clear that dealing with and preventing online extremism is a fairly new concept. This led us to the conclusion that librarians and educators simply do not have the background knowledge or tools to help them. The librarians and educators that we spoke with shared that an online toolkit pre-filled with ample resources and educational materials would be extremely beneficial for libraries. They agreed that access to a resource like ours will be crucial in beginning the fight against online radicalization. These interviews also revealed gaps in knowledge surrounding online radicalization and proved to us that schools still often struggle with prevention strategies when it comes to extremism and targeted gun violence. A pre-implementation survey distributed to students at Ohio Dominican University helped us better understand current student perceptions surrounding our research. We used our analysis of the collected research to format our toolkit and create a baseline to measure the effectiveness of our program.
So what did we learn from ODU students? We found that 85% of our pre-implementation survey respondents felt they were lacking in their overall knowledge about how to prevent targeted gun violence. 70% of respondents expressed they understood the signs of someone spreading hateful ideologies online or other forms of online extremism, but were unaware of the resources or protocols involved with reporting these instances or signs. 90% said that a hate-based prevention program or a gun violence prevention program would be beneficial at Ohio Dominican University. Lastly, 65% said they would attend an educational event related to preventing targeted gun violence and learning how to spot the signs of online extremism.
This research only fueled our ideas and enthusiasm. We set out to raise awareness among college, high school, and middle school students about targeted gun violence and online radicalization. We also knew we needed a way to educate parents and school staff about the dangers and warning signs. Our strategy fosters community engagement by utilizing libraries as a hub for knowledge and a community catalyst for change. We've paved the way by providing librarians with readily available and easy-to-use tools built for seamless implementation into schools and communities. These tools were specifically designed to initiate conversation, assist and recognize warning signs, and stage effective interventions. Our strategy ensures an environment for open, honest communication and strives to create schools and communities that are educated and prepared in reporting possible warning signs. Shelve the Hate is both sustainable and scalable. Our website and social media are both frequently and easily updated, and we've aligned ourselves with a national organization called Parents for Peace. They've agreed to partner with us as a 24/7 resource for parents, students, or educators who need immediate help for someone struggling. This partnership complements our campaign's strong call to action by utilizing the tools and the resources of an already established national organization and hotline.
ShelveTheHate.org is the anchor of our project and it's filled to the brim with resources. Featured on our website are an About section, a section with separate resources for educators, parents, and students, a resource hub, as well as a frequently asked questions page. Additionally, our website includes up-to-date pictures from the duration of our project, research links, and direct links to national resources like Parents for Peace. From social media graphics, informational flyers, event frameworks, to our logos, our team created all of the materials hosted on ShelveTheHate.org. They are engaging, free, and easy to download.
We created, planned, and tested events that can be used on any campus as a part of what we called Unity Week. The idea behind Unity Week is to foster a safe environment where students can engage with topics and concerns surrounding targeted gun violence and online extremism. Kicking off the week, we had fun with our more lighthearted shelved letter scavenger hunt, with winners receiving Shelve the Hate merchandise as prizes. We engaged with over 30 students and faculty during this event. Towards the middle of Unity Week, we hosted a panel discussion entitled Resilience 101, which focused on mental health, anxiety, and ways to help others who may be struggling with these topics. More than 40 students from across campus were a part of a packed discussion-based seminar hosted in our university's library. The keynote speaker for this event came via our partnership with a national organization called Ruling Our Experiences, or ROX, headquartered in Columbus, Ohio. ROX focuses on empowering middle school and high school age girls. This event gave students insights into ways to recognize and combat anxiety, overcome setbacks, as well as taught the audience about healthy mindset habits. Closing out Unity Week, our Unity Through Art Chalk mural event was a huge success, bringing together more than 75 students who decorated the sidewalks using the SHELVE acronym. These meaningful works of art were visible days after the event outside of our University Student Center, which exposed the Shelve the Hate message well beyond attendees. This event was a relatively easy way to increase engagement, as well as leave a tangible reminder for students on our campaign's message and mission. All of these events can be easily replicated in any community or school. Additionally, all of our events featured Shelve the Hate promotional merchandise designed by our team, as well as highlighted educational resources surrounding the prevention of targeted gun violence and online extremism.
To further the conversation, we created multiple discussion guides to help walk through librarians, parents, and educators through tough discussions with their students and the people that they love. These discussion guides honed in on specific topics, such as managing anxiety, how to spot online extremism, and how to help somebody who's already exhibiting warning signs. All of these discussion guides and more are available for free and easy download on the Shelve the Hate website. For the duration of our campaign, we took on the roles of the librarians and educators in the implementation of our program. Now, we would love to pass the torch to those important librarians and educators with our implementation guide. Our implementation guide is an easy and effective resource that assists in the seamless implementation of Shelve the Hate at your school or community.
Now you may be wondering, how does our implementation match our stated objectives? Well, I have great news. Our first objective was to increase audience understanding about how to prevent targeted gun violence and/or online extremism by 50%. In our post-campaign survey, 90% of our respondents stated that they were given the resources to learn the signs of someone planning, engaging, or supporting a potential targeted attack or participating in the spread of extremism online. In that same survey, 85% said they felt confident in their ability to recognize when someone may be showing warning signs like isolation or leaning towards negative, harmful behaviors.
Our second objective was to engage with audiences, setting a goal of engaging with at least 100 students through community building activities hosted by Shelve the Hate. In person, we were able to get over 115 students to engage directly with Shelve the Hate materials and participate in our events. Our social media metrics have been deemed fairly impressive, as we currently, actually, as of this very second, we have 262 followers on our Instagram page. We have also gained over 2,000 profile visits and over 120 external link taps. Since that engagement was so high, we were able to reach over 17,000 accounts and reach over 80,000 impressions. Here are a couple of our highly liked posts, kind of proving that our engagement has been successful during the duration of this campaign.
Our third objective was to expand student and parent access to information regarding online extremism and targeted gun violence. Our website saw over 450 page views and 250 unique views since going live in April. Additionally, our original SHELVE acronym gives people an easy to remember way to evaluate next steps. And our 24/7 link to Parents for Peace gives people immediate access to help. Shelve the Hate proves to be a dedicated resource, as our Instagram is the first result on Google when you search our name after only being live a single month. We have also received many media features from Ohio Dominican University, which is where we go to school. Some of them are up here, but there's actually been a few more. With everything we have accomplished, we have also set up Shelve the Hate for future success. Currently, we are partnered with librarians at Ohio Dominican University and have the interest and support of Parents for Peace. Next steps would include seeking grants to keep our program alive and supported and seeking implementation in schools throughout Central Ohio. Once tested and refined, Shelve the Hate is going to reach out to the Ohio Department of Education for implementation statewide. Through implementation in our home state of Ohio and the help of our identified partners like ROX and Parents for Peace, Shelve the Hate has the ability to be on the same scale as these national organizations. Looking into the future, we could even reach out to the American Library Association for national implementation.
Now, let's go back to the beginning, when we asked you to imagine that warm and welcoming library where you felt no judgment and felt safe asking for help. This is a picture of my high school. I was awkward, oftentimes scared, and always trying to find my way. The librarians came at me with zero judgment. They wanted me to succeed. They wanted me to thrive. Shelve the Hate can be that for the next middle schooler, teenager, or college student who is looking to find their way. Shelve the Hate is for anybody looking to safeguard their community, one page at a time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ohio Dominican and Shelve the Hate. Judges, over to you. You have 10 minutes.
Great presentation. It was an excellent job at reporting behaviors that can be deemed warning signs. But how do you feel that you are targeting individuals that are more socially isolated, say they're in their dorms, and they might be falling to that extreme of potentially resorting to targeted violence?
So one of the big emphasis of our project is to meet students where they are. We had, as discussed with our panel discussion called Resilience 101, we partnered with the Wellness Center, which was actually a huge partner of us and a huge supporter throughout the duration of our project. The goal of Shelve the Hate is to give librarians the resources to identify those students who maybe don't want to hang out with many people. Maybe they come to the library, which is a safe gathering place for many people. And maybe they're by themselves most of the time, and the librarians can notice that, and that's when they can help take action. Additionally, if you're also in the library and you see the same person every once in a while, you might be able to strike up a conversation with them, or if you notice any warning signs, then that would be time to evaluate more and then eventually take action.
I wanted to say your materials are great, so colorful and engaging and very impressive partnership work as well. The question that I have is, how did you settle on using librarians as kind of your primary audience? What has been their reaction? Also, the thing that popped in my head, so working on the opioid overdose epidemic in the United States, we use librarians a lot as well to administer Narcan and those types of things. So I'm starting to wonder, like, how are librarians doing? Are they feeling overwhelmed by, it might be the hardest job in America right now. So, you know, how receptive were they to these efforts?
So I actually had a conversation with the Richland County Public Library Director, and he shared that throughout all of the areas of the library in our area, that they just didn't know what to do. It was such a new concept. They were very, very overwhelmed. And we also had discussions with other librarians in our school. And they said that this would be so, so helpful. They want something where everything is just centralized in one place. It's easy to implement. They don't have to do the research themselves. It's right there and they can help people.
Yeah, so one sort of piece of praise I want to give you is the use of traditional small-scale face-to-face outreach events, right? I think that we've sort of lost track of how effective that can be in addition to whatever activities are being done online. So I appreciate that part of the project in particular. But I want to press you guys a little bit further on the rationale of using libraries or librarians. I can see at a university level the rationale of the library. It's a place that people who may be experiencing possible risk signs could go. A librarian might notice that, but when you move down to high school and elementary school, are libraries and librarians really the way to go? And we read periodically about sort of the decline of the use of libraries. They're often not used as much. They're not open as much because of budget cuts, right? So I think we would benefit from a further kind of justification of why a librarian or why libraries, especially outside of a college or university context.
Yeah, so at our college, our library is actually the main resource hub of pretty much everything on campus. So that's why we chose to use libraries in specific. But since a lot of high schools aren't actually using their libraries, we also have that tab on our website that is for librarians, educators, and parents. So it's all kind of grouped into one. So if a particular school doesn't actually use their library, it is available for educators as well and can be used by anyone in the school, whether that be teachers, counselors, anyone like that.
Thank you all so much. This was a wonderful presentation. I clearly got the memo because I'm wearing your colors. I can't wait to look at the resources myself, and I'm just sorry that you all are the first generation that has lived this experience. It's really sobering to hear. So thank you so much for this work and for turning it into something positive and for doing this. I wanted to ask a little bit, I really appreciated these questions. You kind of took some of the questions that I had and your thoughtful answers as well, but I'm curious to know how, and maybe you went into it and I missed it, but it seems to me that, you know, the signs that you're looking for in physical real life, right? You mentioned something about seeing students in certain behaviors and observations and giving those skills and resources to the librarians and others who might observe those. It feels or seems different to me than what you would be observing online, right? And so I'm curious if you could expand more on what your online work looks like if you're trying to help provide those resources for individuals. Is it what they're seeing in their own online spaces? So they're interacting with people online and they say, oh, okay, I see that person is saying this or doing that online. Or is it they're observing people physically, you know, in a different environment trying, I didn't totally understand. I'm curious if you could go into it a little bit more.
Yeah, so they kind of go hand in hand. Like obviously on social media, you're going to see something. On our page, we have a lot of resources, kind of the acronym explaining exactly what they mean. And we have those to be easily shareable to everyone. So we hope that if somebody reposts it, it will be able to spread the message that way. So pretty much seeing something online, there's a report button on Instagram, there's a report button on pretty much every social media there is. They were able to take our steps and use it through an online space like that.
Again, great presentation, but sort of piggybacking off what you just mentioned, you had some initial data that talked about how reporting crept up after they went through resources and through your engagement, and same thing with interventions. So my question is, on the reporting, who is the reporting going to? And secondarily to that, on the interventions, who's conducting those interventions?
So the nice thing about our program is that we want to make librarians the central of our project, but we also want to extend help when there may not be a librarian that you are close with or that you can trust. The entire idea behind Shelve the Hate is to find a trusted adult or someone that you feel could make a difference. We also, if you don't feel comfortable going face-to-face, maybe saying, hey, I saw this to someone in person, our partnership with Parents for Peace has a 24/7 text line that is able to get help that way. So if you don't feel comfortable going up to someone and saying, I saw something that I feel like needs to be recognized, you can text the Parents for Peace hotline and they can give you next steps as well.
Judges, you have 2 more minutes if you have additional questions.
Again, going on this reporting angle. So I guess if something escalates to a point to where people are concerned about violence or somebody carrying out something horrible, is there something in your program to where your partners then reach out to law enforcement or campus resource officers or anything of that sort?
During our Resilience 101 event, we did partner very strongly with our university's Counseling and Wellness Center. They are very, very excited to share this project, and it's like kind of the fruits of our labor with us. And they were very, very open to the idea of kind of being that like center to deal out kind of like this next steps for if there's something reported that could be potentially dangerous or harmful to someone or someone else.
So one last question on the actual use of the resources that you've posted. So for a long time, especially when to date myself or us on the panel a little bit, when the internet really first got going in the 2000s, and there were a lot of websites, obviously, that got put up really fast. And then as the technology got better, there were a lot of resources that were posted. But being a former reviewer and judge of funding proposals, I read a lot of proposals that had or that wanted us to fund, a new website and to be able to hang resources. And people always had a difficult time answering the question, how are you going to drive your stakeholders to the resources? How are you going to know that they're being used? How are you going to promote the use of them? And so how do you guys plan to tackle that?
So pretty much a lot of our promotional materials are posted on our Instagram account, and we are planning on spreading that to other social media accounts as well, which directs us straightly to our website, which takes you to the national resources like Parents for Peace. Kind of going through that. Social media is a big factor, especially since we have so much engagement. I feel like that was the best way that we were able to get people to engage with us.
All right, and that is time. Please join me in thanking Ohio Dominican University and Shelve the Hate. All right, so in the interest of time and knowing how difficult these decisions are going to be, judges, I'm going to invite you to head off to your very challenging deliberations. I wish I could be a fly on that wall. But in the meantime, I want to welcome one of my friends and colleagues and just a longtime leader in this field, Nick Rasmussen, to the stage to introduce our afternoon keynote. Nick is the Department of Homeland Security Counterterrorism Coordinator. And as I said, since the inception, really, of us designing US government efforts to prevent targeted violence and hate-fueled violence, Nick has been one of the greatest champions of this work. So Nick, over to you to introduce our afternoon keynote.
Thanks, Brett. I will be very brief because when you're introducing someone, you're supposed to introduce them and then leave the stage. But I just wanted to say, I think this is probably the 7th or 8th Invent2Prevent finals competition I've had the opportunity to attend over the last several years, including a couple as Tony and team will remember, and Brett and team will remember during the COVID period when we did this very same thing across screens. And you saw how really creative students could be in that COVID environment when they still brought incredibly compelling projects to the table. I think the other thing that's never lost on me is that every student who does this also in the context of a full course load doing everything else a student does during the course of a semester. The credit for this course was just that, but they were full-time students doing everything else, and that's never lost on me. Our keynote speaker this afternoon is the #2 official at the Department of Homeland Security, Christy Canagallo. Christy Canagallo is a longtime public servant. She's led at the highest levels of the White House, dealing with some of the toughest public policy challenges of our time, whether that's healthcare, our various national security challenges. She's now the #2 official at DHS, which I think everyone would agree has one of the more complex, challenging, and difficult mission sets of any of our government agencies, everything from hurricanes, floods, and tornadoes to dealing with challenges at the border to dealing with the challenges of extremism and terrorism. Christy leads the department along with our secretary, Alejandro Mayorkas, with dignity, with grace, with complete fidelity to our values as Americans and to the law. It's a tough, tough job. There's no tougher job in government as far as I'm concerned than the secretary and deputy at DHS. She's also, though, someone who cares very deeply about the topics you guys are working on. She has been a part of the effort to deal with terrorism and extremism in this country for at least the last decade. She's also had a career outside government in the technology industry, which also struggles with these issues. And so there's no one who's better positioned than Christy to offer a few words today. So with that, Christy.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Nick. What Nick failed to mention was that he told me this would be the single best thing I do all week. He did. And it's because he's spoken with such great pride and enthusiasm about Invent2Prevent and the work that you all are doing. And I can see why. I mean, I've just been sitting in the audience for about 15 minutes and I'm so inspired by the work that you all are doing and so impressed by the presenters also. So okay, I know we have some of our presenters that just came in. So who presented today? Do you guys mind standing? Can we just give you a round of applause? This stuff is hard, right? And you're like, you don't want to stir it up. You want to not let your team down. How does it feel to be done? Good, right? Good. You know, everyone can kind of crack open a Coke Zero or whatever and just take a load off. I thought maybe what I do in the time that I have is talk a little bit, maybe from a personal perspective, and then also from an institutional perspective at DHS. So when I was in high school and in college, I believed really deeply in the power of government service. And I was really interested in trying to work in the national security space. And it wasn't clear to me exactly how to get my foot in the door and exactly how I might start and contribute. And I ultimately began work at the Department of Defense after going to grad school with Bill Braniff and with one of our judges, Janet Sala. But the way that I thought I could best contribute to national security was in a government role. And what's changed, I think, about my thinking, and I think, frankly, about the complexity of the challenges that we face as a country and as a department, is there are so many different ways to contribute. You can work in government and you can take steps to help make your community safer. You can be a librarian, as we just learned from the last presenters, and be a really critical part of making your community safer. And so I'm just so appreciative of the breadth of perspective that the presenters have brought to bear in terms of the different ways to contribute. Because at the end of the day, when we think about how do we ensure that we are keeping our country safe, how do we ensure that we're coming up with new solutions to the challenges that individuals might be facing from a mental health perspective, from a wellness perspective, the challenges that institutions might be facing when they think about how to manage risk, there's not just one way to serve. So I'm kind of curious, maybe mostly for our presenters, but everybody else too. How many of you are thinking about serving in government? Okay, so some folks. How many of you are thinking about public service more broadly? Okay, so, you know, I think I think one of the great elements of I keep saying, I'm just gonna be really honest with you. I keep saying invent to prevent wrong, because I think in my mind, it's intent to prevent, because you have to be intentional about the work. So that's why I keep stumbling over this, because when you think about, now I'm gonna flip from the personal to the institutional. When you think about the work that we in the US government, and frankly, as communities, we are really intentional and really focused when something goes wrong. And we are focused on the response, and we are focused on lifting up those amazing efforts to firefight and respond. But we need to be way more intentional and way more inventive about how we prevent those bad things from happening. And so I think the program that you all are participating in and the work that we're doing at DHS, trying to make sure that we are prioritizing and being intentional about prevention, whether that's through grant programs, whether that's through creating new partnerships, that work is part of what's going to help make our communities so much safer and so much more resilient. So I'm really excited to be with you all today. A huge congratulations to our finalists. I do not envy the judges. They have a very, very difficult task. But again, I just want to say thank you so much for your participation. We need you. We need your help. We need you to help us think about different solutions. We need you to help us make the table bigger when you think about who is bringing solutions to bear. The same types of folks who've been doing this work for some time are going to bring the same types of solutions. And what the challenges we're facing now, which are so different than 10 years ago, so different than 20 years ago. You know, someone like Nick Rasmussen, who has been doing this work his entire career. I mean, talk about the diversity and the change of the threat landscape we've seen over the past several decades. We need new solutions too. And it's going to be folks like you that are bringing those solutions to bear. And so I'm just so appreciative of your willingness to take on this task, to try to do your part to create more safety and more security in your communities. That's true for everyone who's joining us in person and for everyone online. Thank you for your participation. Congratulations. And we'll see. Good luck to the winners. We'll see what the judges come back with. Thank you all.
All right, thank you so much for those inspiring and empowering remarks. It's now my great pleasure to introduce my colleague, Rachel Hunkler. Rachel is the Director of Programs and Evaluation at Eradicate Hate Global Summit. Please welcome Rachel.
Thank you, Brett. And I am your entertainment standing between the judges' decision as they continue deliberating back there. What I'd love to do is share a little bit more about some of the additional projects that we saw this semester. We had 23 colleges participate in the Invent2Prevent at the collegiate level this semester. You obviously just saw the top 3 present, but there's always so many wonderful projects. So we wanted to give a shout out to 3 honorable mentions today. The first one is Marshall University's Thrive project. Thrive is focused on media literacy awareness for middle schoolers specifically. Basically, what they did was they trained media ambassadors to do peer-to-peer work to encourage their peers to become critical thinkers and to take ownership of their social media algorithms. They recruited almost 300 of their peers in middle school to pledge no hate and Together We Thrive. So up next, they're focused on expanding to 2 more middle schools and developing a YouTube channel to increase their educational social media presence. So let's give a round of applause for the Thrive team. Another honorable mention is from University of Massachusetts at Amherst. Their project VIBE, which stands for Venture, Identify, Build, and Engage, is focused on destigmatizing mental health and combating loneliness through empowering high school age students to manage their emotions, discuss emotions, and also learn problem-solving skills. So they take a step-based initiative approach to solving problems and also to connecting students with resources within their community. So this includes things like classroom visits, promotional items, a website, and an Instagram account. Please give a round of applause to VIBE. And last but not least, our final honorable mention at the collegiate level this semester is Covered in Confidence from Xavier University of Louisiana in New Orleans. Covered in Confidence is focused on countering Islamophobia, specifically against women who choose to wear a hijab. So the project focuses on storytelling. They created a short documentary film that shows the experience of women who wear hijabs. They held screening events and also conducted a social media campaign across Instagram and YouTube. Notably, 95% of those who watched their documentary said that it raised their awareness about challenges faced by hijabi women. And they have future plans to collaborate with the Muslim Student Association at Xavier, as well as to branch out to similar organizations across additional college campuses. Great job to Xavier University. And next up, I have the pleasure of announcing our scholarship winners for this semester. For anyone that was here in the morning, we have scholarship awards for graduating seniors in high school, as well as current college students. They could be undergraduates or graduate students who are studying something related to preventing targeted violence, terrorism, and hate crimes. So they can apply for scholarships of up to $5,000 to continue their studies as we are wanting them to go into this career field. So with no further ado, we have one scholarship winner, I think, this semester, Riley Turner from Nichols College in Dudley, Massachusetts. Congratulations to Riley. Brett mentioned that we have a sustainment program. For anyone who was here over the lunch break, you saw our first ever live performance of a sustainment team. So what happens in sustainment is teams are invited to participate in a year of mentorship with us. If they are a finalist and present here, obviously, we want them to sustain and scale their program long term. So what they can do is sign up for a year of mentorship as well as $10,000 in seed funding to really get their project off the ground and take their plans that they present during this presentation of how they're going to sustain and scale and really achieve those. A huge focus is oftentimes getting long-term funding and doing various different pilots. We've had 13 teams participate in the sustainment program since 2021. We have 2 teams currently in sustainment, so I just wanted to talk a little bit more about them. The first one is Still We Rose. You'll recognize Xavier University. They were an honorable mention that I just talked about. They won first place a year ago at this competition for their project, which is called Still We Rose. Rose is an acronym for recognizing our shared experiences. Their project focuses on building better relationships between the Black community and the Jewish community, specifically at HBCUs. So they've been really countering a rise in anti-Semitism, particularly on college campuses, which has been very relevant over the past year. And then you saw at lunch the Let's Talk Debate to Deflate Hate project that was done by George Washington University. They were also a finalist a year ago at this competition. And for anyone that didn't see the debate, it focuses on teaching critical thinking skills and media literacy through moderated debate. Being able to take a position and argue for and against helps with those critical thinking skills that ultimately can help bolster these protective factors in young people against radicalization to extremism. So both of these teams are currently in sustainment. They're wrapping up this summer. They're applying for long-term funding. So we've been really excited to work with them the past year. Speaking of long-term funding, one of our main objectives in working with these various Invent2Prevent teams is helping them get that long-term funding. We are so grateful to the Department of Homeland Security for continuing to support not only the I2P program each semester, but also supporting these projects long-term. So when we're working with sustainment teams, we help them apply for grant funding. And we are excited that we've had $2.6 million worth of DHS funding has been received by former I2P teams. I don't think I'm going to have time to go through all of them, but you can just see that we've had these 5 different teams. You can see the award amounts that they've won to then continue their projects long-term. The grant period is for 2 years. So the teams have been highly successful in securing that long-term funding to continue their projects. With that, I think we're ready. I can take a minute too. Okay. Okay. Okay, let me tell you about these teams that have won long-term funding. So the Department of Homeland Security has their Targeted Violence and Terrorism Prevention Grant Program. So all of these teams that you saw up here, these 5 award winners, won funds from the TVTP grant program, including the most recent FY23 program. The FY24 program will be announced in September of this year or before September of this year. So we will see if some of our current sustainment teams are successful in getting funding. Sean, if you could go to the duck slide. Yeah. Maybe. Thank you. All right, these were the most recent grant winners. You see DUCK, which stands for Developing and Using Critical Comprehension. This is a project that was done by American University. You can see the really cute duck. They made animated videos to teach media literacy to 4th and 5th graders. Super cute. And over the past, with their grant, they're going to be scaling this through 2 different schools across the country. And then also the Be Seen project, which stands for Be Students Encouraging and Empowering Native Nations, which was coming out of the University of North Dakota. This really focuses on targeted violence against Indigenous communities in the United States. So they developed educational modules to teach people more about these Indigenous communities to build cultural awareness and understanding in order to decrease the amount of targeted violence against Indigenous peoples. Keep going. We are ready. So I'm going to pass the mic back over to Brett or Bill. Brett, back to Brett. Thank you all so much. A big round of applause for all of our teams.
the moment you've all been waiting for. The moment you've all been waiting for. It is my pleasure to introduce another friend and sponsor of the Invent2Prevent program, Dr. Bill Braniff. Bill is the director of the DHS Center for Prevention Programs and Partnerships that generously funds and manages this program throughout the year. So we would not be here without their generous support. Bill, over to you for a few remarks and then the joy of presenting the certificates.
Thank you, Brett. And thanks everybody again for spending your afternoon with us. For those online, thank you for joining. It's my pleasure to again offer just a few quick remarks. I want to start by thanking our speakers today. We had Dr. Mussington, who, among many other duties, is responsible for our school safety work. Incredibly important work and incredibly important partnership for us at the Center for Prevention Programs and Partnerships. Assistant Secretary Saad, thank you so much for your partnership. Our work with the office, our public engagement office at DHS is incredibly important as we reach out to build trust-based relationships with communities to enable these kinds of prevention programs from taking place. And Deputy Secretary Canagalo, thank you so much for spending some time with us today. While you're within earshot, I want to take a moment to talk about this work, our public health informed approach, because there's a few things that I think everyone in this room now knows from experience over the last semester, but it's worth articulating out loud. 81% of school shooters leak their intent before they engage in an act of violence. Think about shelf hate now, right? 44% of mass attackers leak their intent before they engage in an act of mass casualty violence. And when we look at the underlying risk factors in their lives, the programs that we heard about today would have helped diminish the likelihood of those acts of violence. Social and emotional wellness, physical and mental wellness, positive connections between youth, among peers, and between youth and adults. About 3 weeks ago, I got a call from a mother who was worried that her 21-year-old might be the next mass attacker. And she reached out to the Center for Prevention Programs and Partnerships because we have partnerships with you and with NGOs like Parents for Peace, which we heard about today, who's partnering with Shelf Hate. We were able to help talk that mom through the most difficult conversation she's probably ever had. What do I do next? How do I take the first step? What you're doing, what you've done this semester, what you're a part of is incredibly important, and it works. We're preventing acts of targeted violence and terrorism. You've done it this semester, we're doing it every day, but we can only do it through partnerships by creating the ecosystem that we're building today. To our partners from the CDC, State Department, CRCL, OPE. I mean, we can't do this work alone. We're so grateful for your being a part of this ecosystem with us. And I want you to know that these are good investments in taxpayer dollars. That return on investment is incredibly high. These programs pay for themselves by decreasing the number of investigations, prosecutions, incarcerations, and they get people access to services that they need earlier, social services, mental health, behavioral health services. So the ROI here is incredibly important, even before you consider the averted loss of human life. Right? What you're doing matters. It's efficient, it's effective, and I'm just so grateful that you're here with us as part of this program. Today we heard about civic debate. How important is civic debate right now on college campuses? So thank you for our former I2P teams that came back to spend their lunch hour with us demonstrating, modeling good behavior for other Americans at a time where we really need it. For those investing in digital literacy, again, mental and physical wellness, you've demonstrated what right looks like. So thank you for that. With that, I will, I guess, do the honors. And again, like I said this morning, the reason we run this competition is not really to hand out first, second, and third. It's to incentivize the best participation we can from all of the teams across the country. But let's give one round of applause, please, to all the teams that are here, because really that's what matters. In third place, Ohio Dominican University. Maybe, yeah, there you go. In second place, Missouri State University. Well done. There you go. Really good. For the record, as a professor at the University of Maryland and the former director of START, I did not partake in any of the judging to get the teams here or today. First place this year to the University of Maryland.
Yeah, if you want to do the group photo for, we'll do the college. Yeah, do the college.
I want to thank all of our teams. So inspired and proud. Thank you for all the work you put in this semester. Congratulations. Okay, if we can get all the teams. High school next. You guys did. Hi, come on up. There you go. Can you I'll invite you a little closer.
Yeah, slide in. Everybody's high school, so we have high school. Yeah, there we go. And then in the front there, kind of you slide out a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Everyone looking here. We'll take a few. Two more. Cool.
Okay, stay there.
High school teams, come on up.
Advisors and teachers, please, along with the teams.
Elena,
Natalie.
Maybe just keep going.
Okay, so everyone will really need to squeeze in. Everyone who's taller, go to the back. Everyone who's shorter, comes to the front.
And then after this photo, just high school. I'm a little short.
So yeah, everyone in high school come up too. If you're taller, go to the back row. If you're shorter, come to the front row. And we'll have a row kneeling in front of you. Perfect. Okay, so we need
Where is your
some of the
class?
people on this side to slide into the middle here. We have a gap in front, so a few people can kneel.
My knees way
across the front, Bill. Yeah. All right. And then come closer so I can see you.
We hope you'll take a few moments to join us at the reception upstairs. And thank you again for being here with us today. Top floor.